Okay, good morning, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We have quite a few people that are not here yet. If you came up 65, then you know the traffic issue, so I'm assuming they're there. We also had, there's an assessment training today, and so I know at least 3 people that are not able to attend because of that, and so we're gonna make sure we have it, we share with them the recording. Thank you. So, with that said, we're going to go ahead and get started. And this is our agenda for the day. If you would take a look at the agenda, I have just a few comments that I wanted to mention. Anytime we have new updates, I want to make sure you guys have the newest information. As you know, we have a leadership change at the Department of Education. And so several people have asked, what does that mean for me? Right now, what does that mean for our state? What does that mean for the LEAs? Right now, you just keep doing what you're doing. You know, we know some things are going to change. I'm sure everybody's watched the news. We've seen a couple things already that have changed, and I'll mention some of that in just a minute. But as far as accountability, as far as our federal programs, our applications, compliance monitoring, we just keep trucking along until somebody tells us differently for the most part. And we know there's a little differently that's coming, but until that happens, we just keep doing what we're supposed to do. And so having said that, two things I want to mention. We've had quite a few calls regarding the immigration, what does ICE stand for? Immigration something enforcement. Somebody, anybody? Customs. There you go. Immigrations and customs enforcement. So several people have seen on the news where there was a time when schools, churches, and I can't remember, there were 3 like protected areas where they could not enter, and with the new administration that's been lifted. So there's some people calling and saying, well, what do we have in place to protect our students from somebody coming in and arresting them or whatever? That's the federal government. There's nothing in place. However, we're not going to advise you to do anything other than consult your board attorneys and make sure you have something in place. I don't know if anybody from Jefferson is here, probably not, but I know Jefferson County put something out there, I think it was on their website, I saw it the other day, basically a note to parents that these are our procedures, this is what we're gonna do. Again, my comment to you guys, consult your board attorneys, your superintendent, and you guys go from there. Because at the end of the day, nobody at the State Department can help you do anything when somebody shows up at your school or at the school district wanting to see a student or a teacher or whomever. So also, something else that's updated, there's a letter or a memo that went out to superintendents on January the 3rd, and Faith is going to pass this out for you guys just in case you haven't seen it. But basically this addresses transfer students from students that transfer from private schools, from non-public schools. Basically, in a nutshell, it says starting now with the 24-25 school year, they will not count in our accountability system. Only for state, not for federal. Y'all know we have a state report card and a federal report card, so those students will not count for the state report card. I'm going to give you just a few minutes to look it over and make sure everybody's good. First 3 years, any transfer students that come in, they do not count towards or against, depending on how you look at it, the accountability system for state, not federal, just state. If you have any questions, it also addresses Power School, how the LEA or the school identifies those students. Any questions about that, please have whoever your person is at the LEA to contact Stacey Royster. She's responsible for that, and her number is on the memo. Couple other things. We received a notification from the feds probably last week. Every once in a while, they do like quarterly checks, the same way we would do quarterly checks to see, we probably do more like monthly though, to see, there are, I don't know, 40-something LEAs who still have not submitted their application. They're not right now, but just an example. And then 2 months later, where there are still 20 left, they do the exact same thing at the federal level. So we received an email that basically said, in a nutshell, when we checked our numbers, Alabama has yet to draw down X number of funds. I believe it's Title II and III. So just letting you know, as of right now, it looks like only, and I'll talk about school improvement in just a minute. Is Dana here by chance? No? Okay, that's okay. So we've only drawn down like 28% of our Title II or Title III funds for FY24. So that's last year's funds that should be carryover for this year. I have no idea why, but what we're going to do is we're going to get from accounting a list. If they send it to us today, and some of you guys are in here, I'll let you know. Sometimes the federal programs directors, you guys, you know the funds are obligated, in your minds it's spent, you know, you're good, but for some reasons, all the LEAs don't draw down at the same rate. They don't have the same process. If you don't know that process, you need to know that, talk to your CSFO if you're not aware of that process. But if you're on the list, I will let you know. Hopefully they'll send me the details today or tomorrow, and I'll let you know if you are on that list. Also, for school improvement, of the $20 million received for school improvement, only $4 million was drawn down. $4 million out of $20 million. And so keep in mind, if we have any schools, any LEAs in here that have schools that are in improvement, the feds have said already that we cannot carry over those funds. We have some flexibility with Title I, our Title II. We don't want to carry it all over, but you can carry over some funds if you need to. School improvement, you're supposed to spend it with those students during that year. So please keep that in mind. And again, if I get that list while we're here today or tomorrow, and your name's on it, your LEA is on it, I'll share that information with you as well. Any questions about that so far? Okay, and then lastly, we have left over a lot of mega conference bags. And you all know with mega conference, we order different bags. We order the same bag a couple years. This is the refrigerated or the insulated bag for refrigerated. I don't shop a whole lot in the grocery store, but I was told it works really well. And so what we did, we brought some extras, and if the Faith and Holly, if you guys want to help out, we brought some extras for you guys if you want one, and we also put some books in there because there are some books that we have that are extra. This is just Can Title I pay for this? Something that everybody should have. Some of you probably have this already because these are just extras that we had. This is 4 domains for rapid school improvement. If you have a school that's a CSI school or HSI school, you really need one of these. If you don't have it, if you already have one, give it to the school principal or someone else. And then this is, this guy was a featured speaker, Robert Jackson, Becoming the Educator They Need. He was a featured speaker at Mega, and we just had a bunch of these books left over. So we made some bags for you guys. Feel free to grab them.
There's also some extra books, like the Title I, the ESSA book that we did not.
Is that the same book I was looking for the other day? Is that the newest one, 2020?
No, ma'am. Well, the newest one, I think.
Yes, it is. She needs that.
Can you please save me one? You guys, I went to everybody in our section. I accused somebody of taking mine. I still don't know where it is. I think Brittany has it. And then I took one from Jennifer Adams and told her I'll order her a new one. But thank you. I need one of those, please.
I have yours.
Perfect. Any questions before we move on? Okay, turning it over to Amanda.
So our first activity today, we wanted to give you guys a chance to talk to each other, talk to us, talk about how your first semester of the school year went. But first, before we start doing that, I want to know, do we have anybody in here who is like brand spanking new that wasn't at the first training? Or is that, yes, just one? Is that it? Everybody else was here at the first training? Okay, well, good. Well, welcome to being a new federal programs director. So this first activity, we want to start by having you guys reflect on your first semester. Sorry. Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay. All right. So we want you to reflect on your first semester of the school, and we want you to start. We want you just to reflect on your own semester, how things went. What are some really good things that went well and successes that you would want to share with each other? So that would be your glows. So on the section of the worksheets I just passed out and put on the tables for your glows, just write a few things that you felt went really well that you would be willing to share with your table partners. And then your grows would be any kind of processes or procedures that you still feel like you could use some work on, ways that you could still, manage to grow. Of course, there's always room for growth. And so what areas do you still feel like you need to grow in? What do you still need to learn a little bit more about? Or what practices do you need to perfect a little bit? And then questions you still have. So obviously, I still have questions all the time. I've been doing this, I think I've been in federal programs now for almost 5 years, but I still have questions all the time. So what questions do you have? Going into the second semester, what questions do you have about, the second semester, closing out the end of the year, approaching the summer, getting ready for next year? So I just want you to take about 15 minutes or so. It probably won't take that long, but we're going to give you that time just to sit and reflect on what happened with your school year, for you just to think about, your glows, your grows, and any questions you have. All right? We're going to go ahead and move to the next step. So now it's time for you to turn and talk with your table partners. Obviously, some of you would like to skip ahead a little bit. That's okay. Got a problem, children. That's all right. But share with each other what were your grows, your glows, and your questions. Now's the time for you to talk and discuss with each other. Again, we really would like you to write some stuff down on those sheets, because we're going to look at them later, and it's going to help us kind of plan for future trainings and things. But now's your time to kind of turn and talk and to have discussions and share with each other what went right, what you still have questions about, what you still need work on. Okay? We're gonna take about 20 minutes for that, all right? We want to see you talking, having discussion. If you need to move and join with another table because you've only got 2 of you at a table or 1 at a table, feel free to do that. But now it's time for you to kind of share out and have some really good discussion. Next, what we want you to do is we're gonna pass out poster paper to each table. And we want you to share your list your table's collective glows, grows, and questions, and be prepared to share out at least one big glow, grow, and question from each table. Okay, so on your poster paper, we want you to make a list of the different glows and grows, collectively from your table, and then be prepared to share one of, like the major aha, glow, grow, and question that you have per table for a table discussion that we'll go into next. Okay, so we're going to give you about 15 minutes to do your posters. Anybody have any questions about what to do? All right. All right. Okay, so does anyone want to volunteer to go first to share out what you said at your table? Sorry, Eric, we're going to have to do some moving. All right.
So we talked about a lot of things, but the main thing we put on our paper for our glows, understanding budget, or better understanding of budgets and EGAP. We were both language arts people, so it was tough. And then finally getting an approved application. So we were excited about that. Our grows, create a yearly calendar. And what we mean by that is we have the one from federal programs, but one for ourselves. In my calendar this year, I went and put everything not to do next year. So everything that I learned, I have side notes in my calendar. And so we're create something for ourselves to do better for next year. A better budgeting process with schools, that was overwhelming for me as a new federal programs person, and not having that background. The schools were just swooping in their Title I, but and thank God for my bookkeeper, because if she was not there, she's been doing it for a while, and so she kind of had a general knowledge and said, I don't think that's gonna work. And so she was there. I'm come from a small school district. We have 8 schools total and a career academy, and so I am the team basically. You know, we run things by the CSFO, we run things by the superintendent, but they're looking at me, and I'm looking at them. And so, but I am the team, so that's kind of hard. And so just that budgeting process, I think, needs to be refined, especially for us, because it's all coming in. They all have different needs. You're trying to take that and make that fit in E-gap the way it's supposed to be, and that was tough. So working on it to refine that process, and then more knowledge of just title programs in general. So they're coming to me because I am a federal programs person. I don't have all the knowledge. I've been there 6 months total. And so they're asking the questions. So I just need a general base knowledge to give it back to the principals. Well, this is why this didn't get approved. This is not good for, you can't pay to use Title I funds for this. You can't use Title III for this. So just having a general knowledge to feed that back to the principals. And questions that we had, of course, E-gap and the approval process. You know, you take a couple of hits to your ego when you keep getting that application sent back. And then my thing is, I don't know what I don't know. And I was telling a couple of ladies, God bless Eric, because he'll say, well, you send it in. In the meantime, do you have any questions? Well, I don't know if I have any questions because I don't know. But then when that application comes back, I have 20. So, and that's me. It causes me to be reactive instead of proactive. And I like to be proactive on things. So that's where we are, our glows, grows, and questions.
Yeah, I still learn something new all the time. With federal programs, you know, you're going to keep learning, and you're going to have to just kind of bite the bullet and suck up your ego sometimes and learn that, okay, I didn't know that, but now I do know. When you know better, you do better. And that's what we keep saying. We say it all the time. When you know better, you do better. So don't let it, if you don't get your application approved the first time or even the second time, try to look at it as more of like a growth opportunity than, you know, getting your feet knocked out from underneath you. Because you just take it as, you know, you're learning something each time, and every year it's going to get better and better and better. So it's totally expected for it to get sent back, you know, at least, especially at the beginning when you're still learning. All right, can I get somebody from the other side to volunteer to share? All right, thank you.
This is going to be rather easy because we just echoed the first 3 points that you made, and one of the first ones is that having a strong internal support in terms of federal programs, especially if you're fortunate to have a bookkeeper or a specialist in our district, coming from a larger district to a smaller district, and having that person that's very knowledgeable of the budgeting process and even of the title programs was a huge plus. And so that's one of the things our group talked about that was great for us being within that range of 1 to 4 years federal programs director. Also, another glow was having a good collaborative relationship with finance. We also have a new chief school financial officer, not new to the game, but new to the district. But just having that relationship to where it's a lot of transparency, to where the questions we have, we're bouncing off things as it relates to where we are in the application and what we can do, and just having that good relationship with the transparency, it really helps. And then we also echoed having an approved FY25 budget, and we related it to being a tennis match. And I know that at the state level, some people that are very tennis fanatics, so they would appreciate that terminology. It's a lot of back and forth, but when you get that set point, match point, it's really good having that where that approved application. And it's a lot of learning, just like you mentioned, a learning in between that process. And then it's a learning curve, even coming from a larger district to a smaller district. It's a learning curve, and I think all 3 of us are in smaller districts. And some of our grows was, we had listed understanding federal programs terminology, as well as some of those allowabilities for those respective title programs would be some of our grows. And a question that we have, we just listed one as time permitted, And that's gonna be, what would the upcoming EGAP application process look like with, as it relates to the early approval process? And so that's one that we had a huge question about.
All right, thank you so much. Who wants to go next? Any volunteers? Oh, great, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we had a rich discussion this morning. So the major goal for our group is consistent collaboration with people responsible for other duties associated with the application submission. I think the one thing that kind of held me up and a couple of others where there are several other people within your district that are responsible for uploading certain documents or conducting certain advisory meetings, and sometimes they kind of drag their feet in getting their documentation and evidence of their meetings to you in a timely manner. So that was the one thing that is definitely an area to grow in, maybe become a little bit more strategic and intentional as the school year progresses about how you're meeting with them and holding them accountable. And finding the right support to help you hold them accountable, because in some instances I had to go all the way to the top and still didn't get any support. So it was a struggle. A glow that we have, it's amazing to be a part of Region 9. Kudos to Miss Sally. She is great as a support specialist. Anytime we have a question or a comment or a concern, she's always there, including our regional team of federal program directors. We work very well collaboratively, and there is not one thing that we shy away from when it comes to having a conversation. And we just put the whole skunk on the table and we discuss it and we move forward to support each other in what we're working on. Questions that we have, I think one question was posed about carryover. What does that process look like moving forward, and when do we know the actual amount, and how well does our CSFO help contribute to that conversation? So that was just one of the questions that we had. And just like the gentleman stated, we were also wondering what the timeline looks like for the new process for submitting applications for the upcoming physical school year.
And by the way, we will take your questions and prepare and make sure that we answer those as best we can before the end of this meeting. So don't think we're just going to be like, leave them hanging in the air. We are going to make sure that your questions get answered. Maybe not right this second, but definitely either by the end of today or end of tomorrow. All right, who wants to go next? Okay, we'll do this group and then that group over there.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start with our questions. Actually, our questions are a part of our growth process, so that's the way that we talked about it at our table. We were interested in learning more about next gen. That was a question that, we had kind of a segue from everyone else, and also learning that competitive grant writing process. There's a lot of nuances about that we want to know how to do. Goals, we talked about, I know I spoke specifically on district walkthroughs. We've been doing that with our new superintendent. So we go into the schools and look at ASIPs and the data, and that's been very helpful to actually see what's going on the school front. Tiffany, you want to speak more to?
Okay, and just on the ES2s, I will say I'm new. I started in July, and my secretary, she's commented that we've had our ES2s submitted in a timely manner, so that's something that I'm proud of, that I'm still learning, but we're working together, and that's just part of that collaboration on that piece.
And also we talked about having a lot of support from the district level. That's been very helpful when you're in a new role, so being able to call and not, been chewed on for it. All right.
Thank you. All right, so I think you guys had your hand up too. All right.
me at my table, talking with these lovely ladies, it was more along the lines, I guess, one of the grows, just having those hard conversations with the administrators when they're asking for things and they're not allowable, and then they ask again, and then you're still giving the guidance and support that from either the State Department or from the rooming lawyers, that those things aren't allowed. Definitely, still working on that area for myself, and with my team, and truly trying to evaluate, like, what are we actually spending our funding on? Is it truly making a difference? If it's not, then why do we continue to spend the funds on those, either programs or supports? As far as the glows, I feel like I've been able, with some of the training and things that the State Department has provided, supporting my schools. We have 17 schools, 10 of them are Title I schools. Just being able to work with them on their needs assessment, using their data, supporting them with their ASIPs, and just trying to make sure that everything connects, because, I mean, we always go back to the needs and are we using our funding for the needs. So I feel like I've been able to support them that way a little bit more. One of the questions that I did have, just trying to make sure, I guess, as far as like strong internal support at the district level, and like this table said something like with the transparency, because I mean we're all for students and for student needs, families, and just making sure, like, you know, just as a team at my district, you know, making sure that we're always working together, and what supports can we do.
Next. Who's next? I'm sorry. Go ahead, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're not going to reiterate what you guys said. Most of the stuff on our paper is what you've already mentioned. But one of the grows that we want to see as new federal program people is more about the related documents in the EGAP. You know, we understand the narratives and the money and all that, but what do we need in the related documents, and what is the state going to be looking for, and in a timely manner? Is that what you're saying too? And understand which ones need to be put in when they need to be put in. Carry over, we talked about that already too. Our glows, again, a good relationship with our CSFOs is big, and they turn over quite often as well. So you got to know what you don't know, and have that conversation constantly. A question that we had was about the Alabama Literacy Act and Numeracy Act, and this camps, the summertime, the after school. It doesn't get funded well. So what can we do federally to supplement that? You know, those are some questions that we have.
All right, was there anybody that we missed? Is that everybody? Okay, so we're gonna come around and take your posters, or we may get you just to put them on the wall, but we're gonna have a little bit of a break, give you a chance to go to the restroom, get yourself some coffee, and then we're gonna ponder over your questions, and when you come back, we'll try to answer whatever questions we can that you had before we move on to our next activity. So take about 10 minutes. It's 9:34 right now, so come back about, you know, around 9:45. All right, so we had a little powwow and went over your posters and the questions that you had. So one question was about carryover, and we're not going to necessarily address that right this second, because we are doing a session on that tomorrow, where we will talk about how your carryover is determined, what your CSFO has to do, ways to get it to go through the process faster. All that's going to be done tomorrow, so it's part of our session. So we're not going to spend time on that one right now. So also Jason is going to be talking about compliance monitoring, so we're not going to go into that one right now. There was a question about rank and serve, but I'm not sure exactly what the question is. Is somebody, do you want to be more specific about?
It's basically just understanding the process. I've watched the video on the resources that's on EGAP.
Okay.
But when I compare kind of what we did this year at our system, it's the first time we've ever had to do it. It's like I couldn't make it make sense compared to what I actually saw on the video.
Okay.
So just if somebody could maybe just explain a little bit about rank and serve.
Okay. Do you want to? Cleaners are a resident rank and serve expert, so I know it, but I'd rather her talk about it.
Okay, so actually I'm not, because we learned one new caveat about rank and serve this year. But in particular, how many schools is in your district? 7 schools, are they CEP? Okay, so, are they all title?
Yes.
Okay, so do you serve by grade span grouping, or do you serve in, poverty order?
Last year we did grade span grouping.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first year that we ever were out of a single feeder pattern. It's
It
the
was
first time we ever had to do rank and serve was this past year.
Uh-huh.
So we had to get some advice from someone that helped. The guy who contracts with me is the one who handled all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So he talked to someone at the State Department and they helped him figure out how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So we went with that, but now it's kind of like it just doesn't really make sense of why we did what we did.
Okay, so let me just give you the overall rule. You have to serve based on poverty percentage. The highest school with the highest poverty receive the most amount of PPA. And here's what really confuses people, because the higher your poverty, the more PPA you receive. That does not mean they're going to have a larger allocation. What determines the allocation is that PPA multiplied by that student count, okay? So that confuses a lot of people because they get nervous if I have a large elementary school, but their poverty is the smallest, but they end up with more funding. They will end up with more funding because they have more students. So take the overall allocation out when you are ranking and serving. You're looking at the dollar amount per student. So the school with the highest poverty will receive the most dollar amount per student. Look in that PPA column, not allocation column. Okay, and that's important period. But if you're ranking from highest poverty to lowest, you know, just the PPA has to be in order from the highest to the lowest based on the poverty percentage. Now, if you want to take that same information and rank based on grade span grouping, you can do that. Determine the grade level or the grade span with the highest need. Most of the time it's elementary. So if you have your elementary with the highest need, then group all of, the best way I would do it is group all elementary together, all middle and high school, and then rank them separately. So your lowest elementary may be lower than your highest high school. And that's fine, but they will receive a higher PPA. They can receive a higher PPA because you're prioritizing the elementary school. And I feel like I need a chalkboard so I can write this out because I'm such a visual learner. So your auditory learners, you get it, but I have to see it. So I don't have that chalkboard. So just write, Amanda, like 3 on one of my federal programs, just on a piece of paper, just give me 3 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 3 high schools, and a random poverty percentage. Because now, as we're doing that, let me talk about the exception. Do we have any LEAs in here that had within their district served less than 1,000 students in the entire district? Okay. If you have less than 1,000 students and you have 1 school per grade span, everything I'm saying right now, you could care less. Because you can rank in whatever order, you can serve in whatever order, okay? And you don't even have to serve all of those schools, even if they're over 75%. And that's what I learned new. So those of you that feel like you gotta master this before your ego is not blown, you're gonna forever get your ego blown. I had to literally put mine to the side because I have read those books back and forth. And the problem with Edgar and all of the guidance, they always refer you to another section. This subsection covers this section and is not relevant to this section. And that's when we kind of lose those nuances. So with the exception rule for rank and serve, that was in a whole nother subsection that I didn't go back and read. I just read the exception column. So we left off that caveat of 1,000 students or less don't have to be served in rank order. We knew that, but we did not know that included the 75% or higher. Okay? So if you're 1,000 students or less, it doesn't matter. All right? If you're one school per grade span, how many of you have one school per grade span, but you have more than 1,000 students? Okay. That rule does not apply to you. You have to serve all schools over 75% poverty. Okay? So, back to what, Amanda, you about ready?
I'm trying.
Okay. Any questions on what I just said?
But if they're all under 75, I can.
You can do what you feel. You can do it, yes. Because it's and or. Okay? And we've had a school district recently, and probably 1,500 students, and they did not want to serve the high school, but this is the first year with adding the multiplier, and they are over 75% poverty, so they have to serve that high school.
I did this.
They're only one grade grade span per group. One grade span, but they're over 1,000 students, so that high school had to be served. Oh no, it's okay, because it's a good visual. All right, so if I'm serving based on grade span grouping, and you see here are my elementary schools, here are my middle schools, here are my high schools. She has them separated for me, but in EGAB, they're not separated. But what you want to do, on a sheet of paper or whatever, you want to separate your schools. I use elementary as the highest need. It does not have to be elementary. Your highest need could be middle school. And it could go from middle school to high school, then elementary. It could be in any order. But you have to keep the grade well up to a certain point. And that's when it gets confusing. But just say, for instance, all of my elementary schools, okay, for the sake of this example. So I will rank all of my elementary schools from highest poverty to lowest poverty, and then I will follow my middle and high school, just as Amanda has done. Okay, so here, let's say this middle school here is at 47% poverty, but this high school is at 63%. So that their high school is higher, but this middle school can be served before that high school because it's in grade span order. So in the history log, you would say, I'm serving based on grade span grouping, and that tells us why the middle school is served before the 63% high school. Does that make sense?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
We have a primary school and an intermediate school. Can I put those together and call those both elementary, or since they serve different grade spans, can I grade span them?
That's totally up to you, okay? Because you define your grade span. Now, you can't have my grade span is kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth. Well, some of them do. And then you define your grade span. However, your district has defined the grade spans when they submit their reports to Ethan Taylor, those are your grade spans. Okay. Especially with your K-12, because virtual schools are really becoming a concern for LEAs. A lot of times we will suggest that the K-12 is a separate grade span, so you don't have to serve, I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
It's not a priority for you, okay, to serve that school. But sometimes, maybe within that K-12 school, there is a group that's a priority for you. So you want to define that school as two different grade spans so that you can grade span group. But a lot of times the virtuals are K-12 and we want to kind of not make them the higher priority, so that's totally separate grade span. Now with the K-12, if you want to add that to another grade span, you can only do so if, once you divide that K-12 school, just say you're kindergarten through 6th grade, what is the population there? If my higher enrollment is in kindergarten through 6th grade, then that school has to go under that grade span. So you can't put the school in 2 separate grade spans by dividing the school. It's the whole school has to be grouped with whichever side that school serves the most. Okay? Now, Amanda, can you hold that up again? You can also when you grade span group, your schools with 75% poverty or higher must be served first. Okay? Also, let's say I may want to stop at 53%. So I'm going to grade span all of my schools stopping at 53%, and then for the remainder of those schools, I'm going to serve based on poverty percentage. Because you may have a school that's right at 30% that doesn't have the same need as those other schools. So you can determine that poverty level where you want to stop the grade span grouping. Does that make sense? But all of that must be clearly spelled out in EGAP, or we'll be calling, asking you to explain the purpose, so we ensure that you know exactly what your intentions were. Anything else? Y'all are really quiet. And it's hard to hear when you hear multiple aspects because you're only concerned about what you do in your district. And I totally get it.
Can you explain the virtual K through 12, a different grade span again? 'Cause
Okay.
we have virtual, but it's K through 12, but 72% of the students there are high school. So we really kind of consider them to be more of a high school.
You could do so.
Okay.
That virtual would be because of the 72%, then you can define them as a high school.
Okay. Is there like a magic number of what we need to be over, like over 70%?
Over 50%.
Over 50%?
The 50%, just say if 51 was elementary and 49 was high, that will probably be elementary.
Okay.
Or I would recommend separating it out to its own grade span.
Okay.
Is that clear as mud? And it's hard because there's so many caveats, and as I talk, I think about, but this is the exception or that. But it's much easier to understand when I'm talking to you about your specific district. So maybe we need to have a conversation about your particular district, identify the need, and then determine how we serve. Okay? Thank you, Amanda.
All right, let's see what the next questions were. Okay, what will the upcoming EGAP approval process, is Dr. Killingsworth still in here? Okay. Asking about what the upcoming EGAP approval process is gonna look like as it relates to early approval. So, she's gonna talk about
In a nutshell, nothing is going to change as far as the approval process, nothing is going to change. The only thing that's gonna be different is if you get your application in by a certain date, which is, somebody help me, is it November 15th? October 15th. If you get your application in and approved by then, you will be able to charge costs from July 1st. Nothing is changing. The same approval process approved at the LEA, then at the state level, all that's the same. Nothing's going to change. We're going to, should I mention Mega and what we're looking at doing, or are we not sure what we're doing just yet? Okay, so this is what we're thinking about doing at Mega. I'm sorry, I tell all our business. So this is what we're thinking about doing at Mega. If you guys don't think it's a good idea, let us know and maybe we'll change up. So knowing that so many of our LEAs are going to want to be able to charge to the grant want to backdate it to July 1st, and we want you to be able to. It's going to help you guys, it's going to help us, it's going to help accounting, it's going to help everybody. So what we're going to do at Mega, we're going to have our normal, we always have an all-day session, In the morning, we're thinking about going through the programs, any updates, anything you absolutely need to know. But then in the afternoon, having like a work session, because Mega is July 14th for that week. So anybody who's not quite sure, you don't have all your information, not sure, need some help with applications, we'll have folks right there set up in some kind of way. We'll set up the room to make sure after lunch you can come back and get some help with your applications. So if you have everything you need by that time, you could leave Mega Conference ready to submit your application once, of course, CSFO, superintendent are good with it. Do y'all think that's a good idea, or is that too soon?
Yeah.
Good idea?
That's a great idea.
Okay.
Great feedback. All right. Okay, so the next one is talking about funding mandates from the state regarding ARI and OMI and calling them underfunded mandates, talking about title funding, role, and guidance. So we had an interesting conversation in the back because I looked at the question as coming from a 21st century. I can help you out with that. But then also Calandra came at it with, well, how could you use your Title I and Title II funds potentially to help with that? So she's going to tackle that part first because we're not exactly sure, we all heard it from our own kind of point of view of what we work with the most at the State Department. So I'm going to let her come at it from Title I, Title II point of view, and then I can talk to you about 21st century.
Okay, so my perspective was, these services or the mandates are not completely funded. Yes, they give us $86,000 for a teacher, but her salary is $98,000. What funds can I use to supplement? Was that what we were talking about, or yes, no?
Kids at school, they have to invite them to.
They have to come because maybe they're in order for a second opportunity to pass the grade level. So state, there's two provisions here, okay? Title I has its own S&S, supplement not supplant standard, okay? And then you have Title II and the rest of the standards. So let me go Title II, all the other Title VIIIs, okay? Everything that's governed by Title VIII. You have the three-prong rule, okay? Which the question is the state required? How did you pay for it last year? What's the third one? Because the first two normally are my deal breakers, so I can't think of the third one. But how did you pay for the previous year? So most of you probably paid for the previous year using ARP ESSER. Okay, right? Yes. In that case, you could justify. However, the second prong is it a state requirement? And yes, it is. So, chances of you being able to pay for a required PD that the state says these teachers have to go through this professional development because of OMI, or you can't, that would be supplanting. Okay? In Title V, same thing. Maybe you want to supplement with Title V. It's a state requirement. I can't supplement because I can't say no to those three questions, okay? Let's talk about Title I. Title I is different because our S&S, what's the number one rule when it comes to S&S with Title I? How do I determine supplement, not supplant?
It has to be an initiative that's in place and you just support it.
Almost. But what is the one thing schools must what? Schools must receive all of their state and local funds from the district.
Right.
You must give them all their funding first. And that is called what? What is that form you all fill out and put it in EGAP every year to say, not the methodology. What is your methodology? How do you allocate state and local funds to your schools? You probably say, I don't know, I don't do that, because you don't. You just tell your CSFO or ask, have schools received all their state and local funds? You know the funding sources say professional development, you get this many. fund, this is your allocation, schools have to spend that money. You have professional development, then we have our units. The state says, based on your enrollment, you have 27 units at this school. Did that school receive all of their units? We did not flex out any units, okay? That's what that methodology means. All right, so as long as schools receive all of their state and local funds, you can come back and supplement with federal if it's at the school level. There is no, the district initiative, no. School level, yes. Because we don't look at individual cost expenditures when it comes to supplement, not supplant at the school level. Does that make sense?
Did you say only with Title I?
Title I follows the methodology when it comes to supplement, not supplant. But not Title I. Title V falls under Title VIII. It has to follow a different, it takes on the allow when it comes to allowability, but it does not with supplement, not supplant. Is that clear? Yes, no? So Title I, yes, you should be able to supplement at the school level. But Title II, which is professional development, Title V, which is you can hire teachers with that or supplement salaries, but you cannot under anything that's required by state law. I'm trying to use the lamest terms, okay, and not all of the jargon. But any questions, clarification? Now, I will tell you, if you use the term OMI, ARI, things like that in your narrative, we will have conversations. A lot of times I just say, why don't you call them a reading coach? Or don't cross the two. Just call them a reading coach. This is your math coach. This is what they're going to do. It is, but it's not. Like it's really not. Title I, that's why if Title I is a school-based program, it becomes gray when you want to hire an OMI coach or ARI coach with Title I funds at the district level. No, give the funds to the school because at the district level, I have to look at your individual expenditures. At the school level, I do not. Because at the district level, I have to say, the state gives you funding for this. So are you using the state funding somewhere else and then using title funds to cover the cost of that individual? So school levels, we don't look. We look at the expenditures for allowability, but not S&S.
All right, so that means our CFO needs to go in the next gen and code those expenditures to the individual schools. No district coding should be involved.
Anything that's at the PPA level should be coded for your school.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so another way you can look at this, and how I saw the question, was what about the after-school programs that we have to do, or what about the summer camps that we have to do? And there's really not enough money to have a good, robust, well, I'm just gonna focus on summer camp. And I actually am doing a presentation on this tomorrow where I'll have visuals, but I'll go ahead and give you a brief rundown. So, yes, you've got certain students that have to attend, or they're mandated to be offered to attend a summer program. I think it's like for math, and it's different for math as it is for literature. So I think math is like grade 3 or K3, and then literature, I'm sorry, ARI is like 4 or 5, or am I getting that mixed up? Okay, anyway, I may have it backwards. I have it backwards? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I haven't looked at it in like 5 days. But, so you have mandates of certain kids that have to come to these summer programs. But the funding doesn't really give you enough to do a robust program, well, last year you probably supplemented those funds with your ESSER funds, but now those are gone. So what can you supplement it with? Well, you can apply for a 21st Century grant. 21st Century would allow you to pay for pretty much all the other aspects of the program. And so we'll talk tomorrow about how you could braid those funds so that you're using your OMI money to pay for that highly qualified math teacher and those materials and supplies that are required for that specific math program, just for those kids that have to go into that specific, have to have that specific learning time. And then you could use your ARI money to pay for that highly qualified literacy teacher and the program materials that have to go with that specific program you have to use for those kids. But then in the meantime, when they're not doing that, maybe they're doing math, a couple hours a day or an hour a day. They're doing literacy an hour a day. But what about the rest of the day of the summer? Well, you can use your 21st Century funds to pay for everything else. You can use it to pay for their enrichment activities. You can still do math and literacy activities with all the kids together and use your 21st Century funds to pay for just regular math and literacy instruction, with all the students together. But when you're paying for that specific program that the state is mandating to be done, you would have to use those state funds, right? Because it's a mandatory program. So you wouldn't be able to use 21st Century to pay for that specific highly qualified math teacher that's going to do that instruction, that mandated instruction. All right, so you would just have to figure out, it might be slightly confusing because you would have to keep up with timesheets and things like that. Of who you're paying with your 21st Century funds and who you're paying with your math funds and who you're paying with your literacy funds, but it definitely is doable. And it's a great way to have a nice, robust program. Because one of the things that we heard last year was that we had two camps going on that were competing against each other, and we've got some kids who are having to go in and do math and literacy all day, while you've got kids down the hall that are doing fun activities and art and running and ballet and doing fun stuff, and then you've got one that can pay teachers more than the other, so you've got that issue. Maybe I can pay the literacy teachers down the hall are getting paid more than my 21st Century teachers. Why are they? They're upset. So if you combine it all together, you can create a really robust program where all the kids get to do both fun activities and they get their literacy and their math. You've got those specific kids that have to do that mandated program, but everybody's getting some literacy and math, and everybody's getting to do some fun things as well. And so it's going to make it an altogether more well-rounded, fun program that your kids are going to want to come to, and it's going to make your money go a lot farther. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow, but that's kind of another way you can do that. It's just, again, if it's a mandated state program, you can't use 21st funds to pay for that, but anything that 21st Century can pay for outside of that, you can use your 21st Century funds for. Okay. What else? Procedure templates. We weren't sure what the question was on that. We're assuming that you're asking, are there any kind of templates that you can use to kind of help you develop your procedures? Is that kind of what the question was with that? Anybody? I'm not sure who did this one.
When we were at, I think it was a FIFA maybe, and the Brewman group, they were talking, and we were supposed to get something sent out about some templates.
Yeah, Jason mentioned that Brewman does have like some cheat sheets or something to help you with procedures and things. And so I know we're working on some. Okay, we'll have some things that we're working on to give you for that. All right, so we're gonna skip that one. EGAP approval process. I don't know what I don't know. That's just kind of one of those things, again, that you're just going to you're going to get better at it every year as you go. Of course, highly recommend that when you ever have free time, like when is that ever going to happen, but if you ever have free time, make sure you're reading your guidance and that's what I do. Like if I'm checking the EGAP application and something pops up that I've never seen before or that I question or I'm not sure about, I try to go find it in the guidance first before I ask anybody else. It's easier for me to go to the specialist who's in charge of that and say, hey, is this allowable or not? But I learn so much more when I go to that guidance and I try to find it myself and read it. And I highly recommend you do that. I've told our new specialists to do that as well at the State Department. You just learn so much more, because while you're trying to find that information, you see other information, you're like, oh, I didn't know that. And you just learn so much more by doing that. So I highly recommend that you do that. Try to find the answer yourself. If you're still uncertain, of course, then reach out to your State Department specialist. They may know the answer, they may not. They're going to reach out to, the administrators. They may know the answer, they may not. There's always things that come up. I mean, I can't think of a single year that I've been with this program that something hasn't come up that we question and we're like, ooh, I don't know. And then we'll reach out to the feds if we have to. So that's always going to happen. It's always going to be a learning process. Things are always going to be changing as well. So just when you think you know it, something's going to change. And you got to relearn it all again. So just get used to that process. And again, try to treat your EGAT process as a learning opportunity. And as long as you learn from it, then it's a success, right? So try not to get super upset if your application isn't approved the first time, or even maybe even the second time, especially since you guys are all new. It's expected that you're not going to know exactly what's allowable and what all the rules and regulations are right now. We expect that. That's fine. That's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that what you're doing is not going to get you, an orange jumpsuit down the line, right? So that's our job. And so just try. That's the best advice I can give you about that. Is just give yourself some patience, give yourself some time to learn, and whenever you can, try to read that guidance and try to find the answers. And if you can't, then reach out to us. But you really do learn a lot that way. Okay, is there anything else? How do I get strong internal support from district leaders? So that's a really good question, and I would love for you guys to share with each other. Does anybody have any advice? Like I think I heard one group said that they did do better with that this year, that they were able to kind of get their district leaders kind of on board more. Is there anybody who could share? Anybody willing to share out that's working well at your site? What do you do?
At our site, we're kind of small. But prior to me arriving, I thought it was a great thing that they do, is all of the directors meet once a week. And therefore, as a federal programs person, it permits me to have an understanding of where their departments are headed. Because of course, we're always integrally involved in everybody coming to us as a loan officer, so you kind of have an idea of what to anticipate. And sometimes to understand not to overlap. We also started a due date calendar for our district because sometimes, you all know, we have a lot of surveys and diagnostic things. And we found out from our principals some dates were overlapping. So those are some of the things that we kind of did to collaborate and not overexhaust our school building people.
Thank you. Anybody else want to share? Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Latoya Simmons and I am the director at Legacy Prep, and it's a charter, so coming from, the traditional school settings, I have a lot of experience with Title I as a curriculum specialist and ASIPs and all of that good stuff. So this experience for me was at first a bit cumbersome and very challenging, because in the charter sector it's not, this is something, because most of the time their funding is private and they get people to fund them in other ways that is not so common. So Title I was fairly new for my school district, and what has made it easier for us now is that myself and the CSFO and the head of schools, which is the equivalent of the superintendent, we meet together weekly with all of the other directors, including the principal and the assistant principal, because they were not familiar at all with the ASIP. So just coming together and giving them the timelines that are provided from you all and showing them what I am responsible for. It's a lot. So I'm going to have to lean on some people to kind of provide this assistance, and I'm very specific to the things that they are to provide as well. So I make them like a similar checklist or a similar document that aligns with what I'm responsible for and what they're responsible for, and we come together weekly to kind of see what our next action steps are based on the dates that I have due dates, so we all collectively come up with due dates for them that will ensure that I'm completing tasks in a timely manner, and just having those conversations and dialogue about what federal education programs are and what they mean, and have it trickle down from me to the administrators to the teachers, because they have no clue about what it means. So they're like, can we buy this? Can we buy, I want some basketballs for PE. And I'm like, not, you know, and I have to find a way to delicately transfer that knowledge to them. So it was really hard my first year last year because it was all new. But now it's becoming a little bit more kind of like, oh God, we gotta ask these things, we gotta make sure first, you know, and just walking them through the protocols of what the paperwork should look like, what needs to be included. Just having those trainings weekly with the senior leadership team, and then having them do a weekly training every week with the staff to kind of show them what we have to do in the background. And I'm not just money, I'm a wealth of information because I'm an educator first. And just having to show them the ins and outs of the things that I learned from you all and from other people in this room. It is not easy, and we don't look good in those jumpsuits you mentioned earlier. So just reiterating that and getting them to understand the protocol and the processes, instead of me taking the task of doing everything for everybody because they're not knowledgeable. And rather than, it's easy for me to just get it done and not have to worry about it, versus like having other people being responsible for things so that it's not so heavy for me, because I almost drowned last year. But I meant this year I was going to be very intentional in sharing responsibilities and duties, and making sure that I am intentional of making sure they know what they're responsible for. So it's just been a lot easier this year. Of course, we still have kinks like everyone else, but it is a small district, so that's a plus in a sense, because I know a lot of you guys have a lot of different schools in your district. But just being able to create these guidelines based on what I know to be true, and just following the federal program guidelines and the handbooks and all of that good stuff, and just making sure they're aware of it, and just working together to do that. It was hard to get everybody to meet. Sad to say, but it's true. To have, you have your CSFO, you have, you know, your administrators, then you have your lead teachers. You have to it has to trickle down. And now it's getting even better because the teachers are actually provide this knowledge and expertise about federal education programs to the students. So now they know what ASIP is. They know what we are, you know, the goals are, and what we have to do to get there. And we know that you can't just buy that because it's got to directly impact instruction. Like, they can tell you that now. So just seeing that, I think that's my club for it. And I know that it's a little late, but I'm proud of that, because last year I cried a lot.
All right, did anyone else want to say anything before we move for our next activity? Okay.
Just real quick, I think just being coming from a principal, because I was a principal for 7 years, knowing what on the principal side, administrative side, I can kind of help the principals now, as far as with that knowledge and what you know, we was kind of blind as far as on the school level. So just having that prior knowledge and helping them as far as what they need to know moving forward, that has really helped me. So they have more knowledge as far as how to just lead their school.
Anybody else? All right, I'm going to turn this over to Sally Meek.
I am Sally Meek. I'm going to put my things right here. I am the Title II specialist at the State Department of Education, and today we're going to spend some time talking about Title II, but specifically class size reduction in Title II. Before we go into class size reduction, let's look at the purposes and the key focus for Title II. Title II is to enhance teacher quality, to improve student achievement, and increase equitable access to effective teachers. You hear that a lot with Title II, effective teachers. It's very important. The key focus area is professional development. Okay, there's a specific definition for professional development, and it needs to be sustained, etc. We're not going to spend time on that today. Recruitment and retention of effective teachers, and enhance learning environments. One of the ways that we can enhance the learning environment is by placing class size reduction units. All right, what is the benefit of reducing the size of the class? Okay, I think if I polled y'all, we'd all come up with pretty similar answers, right? It's kind of like when you have kids, you have one, then you have the second child, you're still man on man. You have 3 kids and you go to a zone, right? The more children you have in a classroom, the less time you have to spend with the individual children, right? So we know that by reducing the size of a class, it increases that individual attention that each child gets. We know that it improves the engagement in the class, right? The child's achievement is going to go up, performance is going to go up, especially in that K through 3 range, and it supports teacher effectiveness, okay? This is supported by research. There's a Tennessee STAR project, and you can look this up online, it's very interesting to read. But they did research on smaller class sizes in grades K through 3, and guess what they found out? It led to significant gains in those assessment scores. Okay, so here's an example in our state that we used, where they used a CSR. Shelby County implemented a class size reduction in early literacy programs. So they figured out we're going to use it after a needs assessment in our early literacy programs, and they got higher reading scores in grades K through 2. Okay? Okay. When you are determining how you're going to use your Title II funding, you want to look at, I feel like I'm having to look backwards, sorry about This is how Title II funding happens, okay? It's based on our census, so it's different from counting, individual students in a year. It's based on that census that happens every 10 years. So the federal funding is distributed to the states based on that population and the poverty levels in the state, and then the state allocates it to the districts using the local data, right, on the need and the resource gaps. The allowable uses for class size reduction are that you can hire effective teachers. They have to be qualified effective teachers. Now, the state of Alabama says that an effective teacher is certified in that area. It is up to the LEA to define effective teacher, okay? The state doesn't define that for you. So if you don't have that written down somewhere, that's something that you want to do, okay? Every LEA should have a definition of what an effective teacher is. And also, a class size reduction is used to target a specific academic area of need. Okay, when you are determining how you're going to use your Title II funding, you want to figure out which school has the highest needs. And then you're going to look at those strategies, and you're going to align your strategies with those district and your state goals. Of course, you've got your stakeholders, right? All those people that you have brought together, your parents, teachers, community members, and that's how you are assessing your needs. And then you're going to use targeted recruitment for the high demand subjects. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about recruitment because that is challenging. Now, Montgomery Public Schools, again, we've got several examples from our state. They determined that in their elementary schools they had historically low assessment scores in those grades 1 through 3. So they identified the schools with the highest needs. That was their elementary schools. And that's where they placed their class size reduction. Okay? This is another example. Birmingham City Schools. They, again, did a needs assessment. They looked at their high needs schools, and they determined that they were going to use 25 effective teachers for class size reduction. They focused on those early grades, that K through 3, and the schools that they had selected that were the highest needs. And to support those teachers in that K3, they provided additional professional development on using small group instruction, which we know is very effective. And what was the result? Well, there was a 15% increase in third grade reading proficiency scores, and they got really positive feedback from those teachers because the teachers got the support they needed. Now, we know that there are challenges, right? This is where I said we're going to talk a little bit about it. There are challenges because there's limited funding. We want long-term results. We plan long-term for things in education, and your Title II funds are limited, so that can be a challenge. We also know that recruiting and retaining those teachers is very challenging, specifically in rural areas or underserved areas. I'm the specialist for Title IX. Parts of Region 9. We have many, our LEAs are in this rural area, and it is really challenging. And so when we meet together, frequently we talk about that. How are we finding those really effective teachers? And then also just balancing that class size reduction with other priorities that your LEA has for Title II. One of the solutions that Mobile County came up with when they were recruiting was that they partnered with their local universities. And that was very effective for them. So that helped them address their teacher shortages, and that became a pipeline for them to get more effective teachers into their schools. Okay, we always want you to use data when you are measuring your success, and that applies to class size reduction as well. So when you have put a class size reduction unit in place, you have lowered the student to teacher ratio in those low performing schools and those high needs areas. You want to measure that, right? Measure where you were before, check that data to see how far you got. We want you to look and see, is there improvement in assessment scores across those class size reduction classrooms? And also look at your teacher retention rates. Here's some examples of how you might do it. Regular classroom observations, surveys are always helpful. You know, when the kids are big enough, they can do the survey. You can also provide it to parents. And just that analysis of the academic performance trends over several years. Tuscaloosa City, this is another example. They focused on math as their area of need. They put class size reduction teachers in the middle schools, and they saw a 10% increase in their math proficiency. Okay, the LEA is going to need an action plan for how they use Title II. So you're going to develop that comprehensive plan with your stakeholders. You're going to conduct a needs assessment, and that's where you're going to determine what is going to be your priority for the class size reduction. And then you want to set some measurable goals for the class size reduction as well as your teacher recruitment. From our side at the State Department, we are going to provide that technical assistance, and a lot of times that's me, but it also might be your regional specialist. We're going to help you with the implementation of that. We're going to provide training just like we're doing today. And then also we can help you with successful models like these examples and best practices. So just ongoing support, that's what you can expect from us. Okay. Class size reduction. We're going to pass out a class size reduction form so you can see it bigger than this. We implemented this year. And this entire form needs to be completed if your district has decided to utilize one or more class size reduction units. There is a ratio on this for the grade level. So if you have decided you're going to use it in grades K through 3, the ending ratio when you have placed the unit should be 19 students to one teacher or less. For grades 4 through 6, it's going to be 26 to 1, grades 7 through 8, 25 to 1, and grades 9 through 12, 23 to 1. That is on this form at the top. It lines up above the columns, but it really, that's just for your reference. So when you're completing this form, you put your LEA and the school year. There's the legal reference from ESEA that explains how a class size reduction unit can be used. And then you're going to go across and you're going to complete this. Now, the first column is going to be your school, the school where the unit is placed. The next column is the grade level. Then the content area or the course name. So it might be 3rd grade. It might be Algebra 1. Okay, so just put down as specific as you can on where that class size reduction unit is going to be. And remember, it's matching up to your needs assessment. Then you're going to look at the original ratio. So if you might have 26 to 1 in your kindergarten class, and you know from that Tennessee Star research that a smaller class size is effective. So when you're finished, you add a second teacher, an additional teacher, and then your ending ratio is what you put. So if your ending ratio ends up being 18 to 1, that goes in this 5th column. Okay? And I'm looking for both numbers. Okay, that may seem a little bit silly, but we get a lot of errors on this. And when I see things like 19 to 2 or just 19, I don't have the full picture. Or there's a misunderstanding and I need to call you and talk to you about it. Okay. when we get to the rationale, you can put see attached document, or you can put see budget narrative. Because that's where I'm going to go to look for the explanation of why you chose to put a class size reduction unit in that content area, grade level, etc. So, see attached document is one option. See budget narrative is the other option. Then underneath it, there's a statement that everybody needs to read before they sign it. The district human resources director is signing it, and that's because we want effective teachers in there. And the human resources person, knows how long that teacher has taught, etc. Then your district Title II director, which may be you. In some of these bigger districts, it might be somebody else. Your superintendent signs it, and you date it. Okay, questions about this form? Okay. Make sure, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this, rationales have to include data that supports an academic need. There's a difference between I want smaller classes, because we all know that smaller classes, your kids get more attention, right? Title II is very specific. The class sizes are reduced for an academic need, and you have to show that based on data. So that's a big difference between just making a class smaller, okay? And you want an effective teacher. Okay, so this is the criteria you're going to look at when you're considering and when you're writing up your narrative. There's going to be an academic content area, a course, grade level, and an identified area of need. Okay, so it might be math, third grade, low ACAP scores. It might be language arts, English 9, and scores have dropped over the last 3 years on XYZ tests. Okay? We're going to look at specific scenarios in just a minute. The student-teacher ratio has to be less than or equal to that recommended ratio. If you send in that form and the ratio is not at or below that recommended ratio, the class size reduction unit will not be approved. You have to place all of your state units first before you do this. If you use a class size reduction unit to fill an area because you don't have enough teachers, or you perceive to not have enough teachers, that is considered supplanting. So that's why you have to place all those state units first before you place a class size reduction unit. And your rationale has to be based on data. Okay, we're going to look at two different rationales here. The first one is unacceptable, the second one is acceptable. Okay, and I'm just going to read these out. We are implementing a class size reduction unit in grade 3 at JKL school to decrease the number of students per class, since smaller class sizes increase reading skills. This will allow the teacher to provide more individualized instruction. Is that a great idea? I mean, sure, it's a great idea, but is it allowable with Title II? It's missing information, right? So let me show you what a good rationale looks like. After review of the 23-24 ACAP reading scores, so there's your data for grade 3 There's your grade level. In JKL school, you have a school. The overall score was 68%. Our needs assessment identified reading skills below 80% as an area of need. Therefore, a CSR unit will be utilized. Can I match this back to your needs assessment? Yes. Is it measurable data? Yes. Did I include a grade level, a content area, an area of need? Yes. Okay? So note that it's not pages long. Okay? I get, sometimes I'll get a narrative or a rationale that is very, very long, but all it's doing is explaining how great it is to have smaller classes. It has to have that data component and an academic need. Okay, we are going to pass out a scenario. I'm going to read it out, and then we're going to take about 5 minutes for y'all to kind of look at it, and then we'll talk it through. An LEA has a high school world history class, excuse me, with 35 students. They have district data to verify that students have low performance scores in history. Over the last 2 years, students have scored 42% and 45% respectively, compared to 3 years ago, scoring 72%. The district indicates history as a high-need area on its needs assessment. They also indicate reading and math as high-need areas, but do not intend to utilize class size reduction in either of these subject areas. Due to the decrease in scores and an increase in student enrollment, the district desires to utilize a class size reduction unit for world history. Okay, so talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes about this scenario, and then we'll talk about, is this a prudent use of class size reduction? Why not? And discuss the pros and cons. Okay, at your table. All right, who has there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer, so what are your thoughts? Does anybody want to share a thought on this scenario? Is that your hand up, or you're just stretching?
I'm sorry, a little bit of both.
Yes, okay. What do you think?
So we discussed that it would vary based on the fact that it's a world history class, and everybody in this room knows that world history is not exactly assessed on our state assessments. However, I feel like it could be okay if the district or the administrators in the school have intentionally correlated those reading standards and skills within world history to ensure that they are able to master those reading skills that would be assessed. Then I could see that being something that they could do and implement a class size reduction educator for that specifically based on the actual plan, and have those standards identified in which they would attack each of those standards and still correlate it to world history. So it could be, but if not, then I would say no, because it's not assessed, and I feel like it should be something that we are going to be assessed on.
Yes, and I think that's a very good point. If I looked at this, I would say, why world history and not the math or the reading? Okay? All right, also, 35 students is not ideal, but there's a lot of history classes with 35 students in it. Would y'all agree?
I agree.
Yeah, lots of them. Okay, so it's not that it would not be allowable, but you would really need to justify why world history over math or reading. Okay? All right, let's look at the next one. An LEA, okay, we're going to pass this out too. Scenario 2. An LEA has a 5th grade math class with 29 students. Upon analysis of the ACAP scores, The district discovers that the math scores for this particular group of students is below what the district considers acceptable. The district considers 70% to be acceptable, but would prefer 80%, wouldn't we all? I mean, that would be great. These students scored 68%. In their needs assessment, the district does not indicate math as a high need area. Due to the math scores being below what the LEA has deemed acceptable, they plan to implement a CSR unit. So you're going to discuss this, pros and cons at your table for about 5 minutes. Is this a prudent use of class size reduction unit? All righty. That was a quick 5 minutes, wasn't it? All right. Anybody have thoughts on this scenario?
I think it wasn't in the needs assessment. It's a great idea, and if it was in the needs assessment, it would have passed, but it wasn't in the needs assessment.
Right, it's got to be in the needs assessment. We're matching it back to the needs assessment. Okay, what are some other thoughts on this particular one?
Only 3 students over the state ratio.
The state ratio for that grade level is 26:1. So if you're 29, you're not that many students over, so it's not like a drastic need for reduction.
I'm curious what was in the needs assessment. When I look at the needs assessment, I mean, we might have a reading score that's in the 50th percentile. We don't know. So it's not I think I heard someone say over here, it's not a full picture. We don't have all the information we need. And we probably have all taught at schools that we would be pretty proud of 68% on that math, you know. So it just, when I look at it, it just doesn't seem like that's as great a need as I would expect to see. But that doesn't mean it's not allowable, but I would definitely ask for more information on this. And if you decided that this was the way to go, for sure, the needs assessment would need to be looked at again, because it has to be in the needs assessment. Okay, now we're going to look at a rationale. This one starts with 7th grade. So we're going to look at the one that starts with 7th grade. The 7th grade classes at XYZ school and ABC school would be more effective with a reduction in the number of students in each class. To achieve smaller class sizes, there will be 2 CSR positions added. One at XYZ school and one at ABC school. Research shows that smaller class sizes increase student achievement and allow teachers to provide more differentiated instruction to students. The addition of the positions will reduce the student-teacher ratio at XYZ school from 25:1 to 16:1 and reduce the student-teacher ratio at ABC school from 27:1 to 16:1. Okay, so when we look at this, rather than just talking, we're going to just talk through it together. What's missing from this scenario? There's no data. Okay, what kind of data would I expect to see? Maybe your ACAP score, some testing data. What else? Needs assessment, what does that say? We have a grade level and we have a school, okay? This is very common for me to get this rationale. This is very common. This will not get a CSR position approved. There's just not enough specific information in there. We've got to know what data you're using to measure it, measurable data, and we need to know where they are, right, and why you need to work on that, because we want to know where you're going, right? We all want to know where we're going. All right, we're going to look at one more. This is, yes?
Would, like discipline data or attendance data, would that help you, or you need that in your?
Okay, the question was, do we need discipline data or attendance data? Title II, now, I know that if there's discipline problems in my classroom, it affects academics. I know if the attendance in my classroom is poor, it affects that child's academics, right? But for Title II class size reduction, we want an effective teacher and an academic need. If you are choosing your effective teacher, she's probably going to have 5 years experience and she's going to have really good discipline in her classroom, right? So that information is not included in this narrative, but it certainly may be something that you consider when you're selecting your effective teacher. Okay? And we also know on attendance, the children can't always control if they get to school or not, but we also know when you have that effective teacher in there, sometimes they're coming to school because that teacher is effective because she's paying attention to their needs. She might have a pack of crackers for them when they didn't get breakfast. Might get just that extra attention they need, and that will help with attendance too. So don't include attendance or discipline data in your narrative, but when you're conducting your needs assessment, that might be part of it that you're just looking at. All right, 4th grade achievement data at Central Elementary indicates a clear academic need as our achievement scores in math, 47% proficient, and science, 54% of proficient, are significantly below desired levels. To address this need, we will utilize class size reduction to add a position, which will enable us to restructure into 3 pods of 3 teachers in grade 4. This new configuration allows students to rotate between teachers specializing in math and science, grouped by ability level. This targeted instruction model is designed to improve student performance and close achievement gaps. The original student-teacher ratio was 25-1. The new student-teacher ratio will be 16-1. Okay, thoughts on this rationale? Do you think I would approve it?
I do.
Okay,
I think so.
yeah. And what about it makes you think I'm going to approve it? What does it include?
It has the data for both math and science.
Yeah.
And it's in a lower grade level than 7th. I'll say 4th grade is pretty good because that is a grade level that is tested in science, that will be assessed in science. Also, it provides detail about what is going to happen, how it's going to look, like the grouping and by ability level, and how they'll be rotating or in pods. So it's very detailed about the plan.
Right.
Based on that data.
Right. So the grade level is a lower grade level. The younger the grade, the more effective class size reduction is going to be. Okay? So the grade level is lower, so that's a really good thing. The person doing this provided math and science data and then explained how they were going to use that to restructure into 3 pods. They're getting a lot of bang for the buck on that class size reduction unit, right? And they've got the data so that we can then measure it at the end of that school year. Okay? Anything else in that one? Any questions about that? There's a lot of information in there.
How do you show the effective teacher? If they're, do you not talk about that or?
Okay, how do we show the effective teacher? In your policies and procedures, somewhere in there, it's going to say what your district says an effective teacher is. And that is going to be something that we might look at, like during the compliance monitoring process. But when you, if you look at the form, the class size reduction teacher effectiveness form, it says on there that you are going to place an effective teacher in that classroom. So your signature on that form is basically your promise to me and to your, your stakeholders that you are putting an effective teacher in that classroom. That's a very good question. Any other questions about this? Questions about effective teachers? Okay. All right, I think that may be. Okay, here's my contact information. Please, I always feel like I need to point this out. There's just one of me, so there's not an S on the end of my name. It can be confusing because then you don't get the right email. So it's sally.neek@alsde.edu, and this is my direct line. Okay, please call me if you have questions about Title II. There's a lot of things we can do with Title II to make your classrooms more effective, and we're excited to help you with that. Okay? All right, with that, I believe Brittany Simmons is up, and she's always more entertaining than me.
So, greetings. So has anyone ever received an email from me?
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I really say greetings, so if you ever get an email, I always start with greetings. So greetings, good morning, everyone. I am Brittany Simmons. I am over technical assistant, so I'm leading technical assistant. And kind of just want to lay the blueprint, so that's why I did the blue screen a little bit. And let's say it like this: the more you help me, the more I can help you. And I understand someone said, well, I don't know what I don't know. You have some questions right now, because we've said a lot of things this morning. So let's start helping each other right away. Yeah, thank you. So I have 5 lessons. It starts with you, because you will do a survey for me, and it will end with you, because I should have a to-do list by the end of our conversation. If I don't have a to-do list, Dr. Killingsworth is going to give me a to-do list, and I'd rather do your to-do list than her to-do list. Okay, so help me help you. Okay, that's the theme for today. So my survey will be a little different than, you can go ahead to the next one, everything. My survey is a little different. I want you to be honest. Okay, when you scan this QR code, it's going to have your email. You're not submitting that to me. Okay, so I want you to understand I have no idea who you are, so you can be honest. Unless you put at the very end, Brittany, I'm such and such from such and such, and I really need help on such. If you reveal your identity, that's because you chose to. But my questions are more of, what don't you know? Like, yes, I know you don't know what you don't know, but if you see this word, do you really have questions about it? If you do, click it. Let's be honest. Let's have that conversation. The second thing is, your honesty really serves as the springboard. Okay, for spring conference, for mega conference, from my actual job duties. So really give me something to do, because I'm really tired of Dr. Killingsworth and her duties. Okay, so you give me something to do so I can actually be like, no, Doc, I really have to work on this project. So next slide, please, thank you. So you have your phone, please scan it. It should be in the printout as well. Okay, again, your email will pop up, but again, it's not shared. So it's no triggering. I promise you I'm not doing the reasoning to see who said what about what. Okay, so is it working? Please say it's working. Yes. Okay, all right. So I shall give you 3 minutes, because the first one is literally like rating on the star level. I really want to thank you for being honest, even if you didn't start the survey honestly, you ended honestly, because you gave me one burning question. But I really just want to talk about, the 5 things. Starting off, what is technical assistance? The types of technical assistance you should have seen in the survey. I asked, what do you want? Do you want a one-on-one? Do you want a webinar? Do you like a small group, a large group? I found today very informative with Sally. And then the impact of technical assistance. So they always say that an image is, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So just glance here for a second, because one of them I like and the other one not too fond of. So defining support, again, it starts with you, it ends with you. We'll be collaborating a lot. And the way I framed it to my coworkers at our retreat is kind of driving a car, buying a car. You need a car to take you from place A to place B. But no one can really tell you what to buy. Like you have to have a feel. Like when you get in your car, you kind of know this is what I want. Or you may have always wanted a type of car, but when you start driving, you realize it really wasn't your thing. And then the last thing is your budget. Okay? I can't tell everyone to buy Mercedes or Chevy. That's not my job. And that's not what we do in federal programs. We can't mandate that everyone use this program, use this software. Okay? All we can do is tell you the things you should think about, the supplanting, okay, your budget. Can you afford to do this? Have you done this before? I can tell you about like your credit, when you're buying a car, you go through your credit history, you pay your bill. For us, compliance monitoring, you're gonna have to pay something back if we come see you. So it's kind of just making you an informed buyer, okay? And all of us are new to this, because when you think about it, there's no course in college that tells you got to be a federal programs director. You can't, there are no college courses for this. So this is really on-the-job training. So when we're saying, yeah, you'll have to learn it, it's because literally it's on-the-job training. So, next slide, please. And the thing that I like about my two pictures, because I didn't like the one where everyone was standing on the shoulders, because that's not my purpose. My purpose is to be like this little missing link, okay? What you're doing, what your district needs, we have the money and helping you receive your money. That's all, that's my purpose, okay? Now, when you're discussing things with someone said you hate to be the person that always says no. We're gonna try to do some capacity building and technical assistance, because I don't want to just give you an answer. I want you to kind of absorb the information a little. So hopefully you're honest with your survey so I can take that feedback. So, next slide here, I'm sorry, I don't know. So lesson 3, can you believe it? Lessons 1 and 2 done, so I'm halfway there. I don't know how I got over technical assistance, but this is the story that I tell. So I am the region specialist for the wonderful Region 10. Do I have any Region 10 people here? Great, I can speak freely. All right, so my region, okay, they're very talkative, very direct. They just tell you like it is. And I realize that honesty is what a person like me needs. So, how many of you guys have an approved application? Wow, okay, click the next slide for me. Because my district, we transferred from EGAP to EGAP 2.0, right? And they're a talkative bunch, very experienced bunch. But I had some that didn't receive an approved application until March. It's January, right? So you guys are new, so I know it seems like, I got my stuff sent back twice. No, my people getting it sent back like 4 or 5 times. It was a struggle, all right? Because it was different. So our regional meetings were not like Region 9 where everyone is kumbaya. It was, so conversations were had, okay? So I was like, okay, look guys, I don't know what the issue is, but lay it on me. And when I say they laid it on me, they laid it on me. So I didn't take anything personally. Click the next one. I said, okay, we're gonna do better next year. And I started this last March. So we started our Title I, Part A, Region Handbook. The reason why you have not seen this, because this was Region 10, okay? I was, for Region 10, I put their business in the handbook. You will never see this version, okay? So I was like, hey, this is all the mistakes we've made this year that we will not make moving forward. So I made them a handbook and exposed some things. We can go to the next one. I shared it with them. I got the admin, some other specialists. Brewman looked over it, and I was like, all right, July we will do better. I had no idea, really. I had no idea that Dr. Killingsworth was changing everything to July 1st for 2025. I just told my people, okay, look, at Mega, you're gonna have this handbook, and we're gonna get things going. We'll go to the next one. Not knowing, next one also, that 80% of my region had an approved application by this October 15th deadline. Now, I still have my 20 that I'm working with, all right? But we had no idea that this deadline was coming. So for the people who are saying like, oh, how will our timeline differ? We're laying out the things now, and I'm telling you, people who didn't have an application until March, somehow was able to flip the script this past year. So if you're worried about the deadline, please do not worry about the deadline. It is doable, and it's doable with my group, okay? So, instead of them just being quiet about it, they had to say, oh, Dr. Killingsworth, Brittany helped us so wonderful. And it felt good like the first 2 times, but when like Brewman came and said, we need somebody to do technical assistance, and it was like, oh, Brittany would be great. I was like, shh, this is when you don't say my name. So that's how I got to be over technical assistance. It's nothing I asked for, it's just really what Region 10 and I work with. Next, please. And I want to let you know that your voice matters as well, because you can see here, we're actually here, so I keep acting like I have a clicker. We have a new director's training part 2, because you wanted this. My witness, we were at our retreat in December, and they said, okay, Brittany, get up there and talk about the new director's training. And I said, okay, well, in September, when we see them again, we're gonna talk about this, this, and this. And I had my mind on September 25. And they're like, no, Brittany, we're doing it in January. I'm like, no, it's December. It's no way it's next month. And she's like, oh, yes, it's next month. So your voice mattered, because the next time I was thinking of seeing you guys was in September. But someone put on one of those surveys that you wanted a part 2. Do not want a part 3, okay? Just kidding. But so your voice mattered. This is why we're doing this, because we really are receptive to your feedback. Now, when we ask you, what do you want us to go over in spring conference, that's not the time to be quiet. Like, if you can embody just a little of Region 10, not a whole lot, be vocal. My people are vocal, okay? Even if they don't understand or don't know, they are vocal, okay? And then, so, as we've gone through this, Dr. Kill, I haven't started on Title I, because that's coming after. But for Title II, Title III, Title V, and even with compliance monitoring, I have this thing where I learn information not by seeing, but also making like cute graphics. Now, if you're into graphics, I'm your girl. If you're not, then I will adapt my style to you. So what do I mean? So I've made these documents for Title II. We can go to the next one. So like with Sally and Region 2, in Title II, I'm like, okay, I've given Sally like 5 or 6 documents, because I'm not emotionally invested to anything I create. And I said, hey, whichever one you want to roll out for Title II, go ahead. So maybe down the line, you may see something like this or something similar, like where it's actually thumbs up, thumbs down type documents where you can share with your principal. So instead of saying no, you can be like, no, but here's something you can look at. Next one, or maybe since it worked with Region 10, maybe a Title II handbook. And what would that look like, Brittany? Click for me. Just like the allowable uses, and give you actual examples of what you can use under each object code, because I know a lot of us are not accounting, but if you have an idea of like what should be under 300 versus 200 versus 500, that could kind of help you talk the lingo with your CSFO. Okay, and then you don't seem like you're always dependent. It can actually be a conversation, not this, not that happens in federal programs. That's good. No, okay, so, or if, like when I was on my compliance monitoring trail, I talked to the Title III specialist, and it is so cute when I used to do interviews, and I said, okay, what's your policies and procedures when you have a student who's EL when they walk in your building, like what's the timeline? And all my people do this. We give them the home language survey, and they're reading from the script. So I'm like, well, maybe they really don't know what to do when a child enters their building, or maybe they're scared and they don't want to get it incorrect, so they're reading from the script. So I was like, well, I'm a visual person. Maybe if we do something visual, again, if Title III hates this idea, you'll never see it just on this spreadsheet. And then the terminology, also with compliance monitoring. I was typing up my findings or typing up my reviews, and I say, your parental engagement plan or your parental involvement plan does not have the 6 shalls. I was typing it so much, guys, that I had it on like save. I was like, things people don't get right, save, and I would just copy and paste. So I was just saying, you don't have the 6 shalls, you don't have the 6 shalls. Until one district was like, Brittany, I don't know what you're talking about with the 6 shalls. And I was like, oh, really? And I made them a cute little graphic of the 6 shells, because if they don't tell me, and I understand I don't want to seem like the person who's out the loop. But that's when I'm like, oh, I can do something to help you, because, all right, so here are the 6 shells, and I send this out. And when I do compliance monitoring, if I've ever done it, I kind of send this before the fact, like all my little cute graphics about compliance monitoring. I send it just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, or if you do need it. And if you're having something with your principal, say, hey, you should have these 6 shells, and I promise you this word is shall, it's just really small. Okay, so if you don't tell me what you don't know, or if there's something that ever pops up and I never get a wind of it, I'm left with my devices to think of things that could potentially be problems for you. I don't like that part. I'd rather you tell me things so I can do and try to help you out. But here's an example. I did the Chance grant in 2021. Dr. Killenberg hired me in August and told me I had better have a grant ready by October 1st. That's how it happened, yes ma'am. And it was kind of confusing, but I somehow, prevailed. And I realized that, I'm working with schools, I'm working with the principals, I'm not talking to the federal programs person. Well, at the same time, I was on the compliance monitoring team. And when I saw compliance monitoring, I saw a lot of findings. People just could not get inventory. It was a spreadsheet, they did not have inventory correct. So I was thinking, I'm giving a grant to schools. They're buying equipment, and a lot of districts are not doing inventory correctly. All right, I think I need to explain inventory to my recipients. So I provided each school, because they were submitting their ES2s to me. It didn't go through the district, it was bypassing the federal programs person. So I would get the ES2, make sure everything was allowable, and then I was like, I need to create an inventory spreadsheet of all the things. So I created them because I have not that much free time at work, but I just wanted to be outside of someone's office. Hey, guess who it was? All right, okay. But anyway, I just created them a spreadsheet, and it included the things that a lot of my districts during compliance monitoring will get findings for, like the FAME number. You'll know it. And there were things I don't have, like I don't know where this is in the location of the school. I don't know the serial number, but that was something for the school to actually figure out. But I felt like if I gave them something, it would help. And that's just me brainstorming. I don't want to try to get in your head about what you need. I'd rather us talk about it. Okay. So, my 5 lessons, again, started with you with the survey, and it shall end with you with our discussion, but we have lunch, okay? So click for me. And I had a whole little skit that I was gonna do. I was gonna either act like I was Oprah or Wendy Williams and have someone come up. But food is way more important than talking about it. I didn't run that by you, dog, because I knew it was gonna get shut down. It's okay. And I was gonna have us a little chat about it segment. But the best thing I can do is go through your survey. I know I would have a to-do list. But if you have a question about anything, please let me know. And I'm ready to assist the best way I can. And Doc, you have to close it out? Kelly's gonna close this. Dr. Smith is gonna close this out. Well, thank you guys. Thank you.
So what I'm going to go through in just a second is the socioeconomic indicator portal. But the purpose of me going through this process is to show you how to start now planning for your year. Because by March, we should be in the groove of planning for the upcoming fiscal year, okay? If not, you're going to be behind. July 1, we almost should be ready to write our EGAP if we don't already have some things written out, okay? So, how do I do that when I do not know my allocation? I'm not sure of the funding that I will receive. I'm going to tell you how to do that, okay? So, how many of you have used the socioeconomic indicator portal? Okay. How many of you are familiar with AIM? That's where the portal is. So, if you're familiar with AIM, it will not be a problem accessing that portal, okay? So, all right. So, I can't
deviate from my area, so you just have to bear with me and we'll go from there. Okay, so what we're going to do, everyone is aware of our fall count, correct? We know why we capture fall count data, right? Why? It provides our funding for the upcoming year. So when is that data captured? The 20th day, so it's typically after Labor Day, so it's like third week in October. That is how soon you can start planning for the next year. So there's no excuses of why EGAP should not be approved by that deadline to be able to have access to your funds back by November 1st, July 1st, okay? So those of you that asked the question, what will the process look like? This is the process to help that be more obtainable for you, okay? So the data is available third week in October. I will give this caveat. It takes the department a minute, our IT, to kind of disaggregate that data and place it into the portal. So if you go on the 20th day after Labor Day, it's not there. Typically, I have LEAs calling around like November 1st. It may be there by then, okay? Or sometimes they forget to make it visible. So if you go in there November 1st and you don't see it, give us a call, because it's very well they did not make it visible to the LEAs, okay? So this is what we're going to do. If you have your computers, feel free to go ahead and log into Ames. I want this to be a working session, so if you have not did it before, let's do it. Because I am a visual learner, so I have to see it and do it after I hear it or while I'm hearing it, so I can retain these steps. All right, so all of that is what I just said. All right, go ahead and log in. If you need a few minutes, let me know. And here's the website, aim.alsde.edu. Well, that may be a whole. If you're in here, say nothing. If you are not, say wait. Wait. Okay. Can I get some help from one of my colleagues? I just can't stay up there. Like to go to the next slide, please, because I need to see what you're saying. All right, so we're in there. Once you log in, if you do not have access to this tile, raise your hand so Brittany can write your name down. If you don't see this socioeconomic indicator portal, or if you see it but you can't log in, let us know so that we can give you access. Okay. Mr. Mullins, I think what county? Lowndes County. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so next slide. Okay. Once you log in, this is exactly what you will see, or what you should see now. Here's the caveat. The data you pull in is important. So, for next year's data, you will see what school year it is. I'm sorry, you will see this year because you're pulling data for this year for next year. All right? So, it's school year 24-25. Yes. All right. Next, you will, of course, put your system in. You can go to the next slide, I think. All right. The third item, the collection, is important because this will really throw you off. It's the same data, but it's at 3 different snapshots, okay? So, we use, for federal program purposes, we use the 20-day count. All right? There is another count that's CEP. We don't, same data, but different snapshots. That's at the end of the year. That's taken at the end of the year. So I have a lot of LEAs calling me saying the data that I received from my CMP doesn't match my my data that's in EGAP or something. It's not going to match because it's collected at different times. So only use data from the 20-day count. All right, so next, once you select those three things, take a second, and you're not going to see anything generate until maybe about 30 seconds, 30, 45 seconds, and if it's probably around November 1st, it may be a little bit longer, okay? Eventually, your district's population data is going to populate, okay? And if you see at the bottom, the blank count, I believe that says, over to the far left, there is is that a plus sign? Yes, a little box with the sign. You're going to expand that. So you'll click on it to expand it, and there's where you're going to see the data for each school. Okay, questions? Perfect. All right, now let's talk about what this data means. Oh, you can also drill down further to see the individual student data. Why would you need to do this? You would need to do this if your district is planning to reconfigure. If maybe we have built a new school and we're rezoning and you witnessed that, yes, it can get really messy, but you would have to extract that data out into a Excel spreadsheet. And you can filter accordingly to however you are dividing your schools. And then determine your poverty percentage manually, but hey, it's a lot easier than having to talk to your schools about which students are free and reduced, yada, yada, yada. So you can really start planning early if you reconfigure it. Have any of you gone through that process to reconfigure? Okay. Okay. Because when you do, remember, hopefully the decision is made before the 20-day count. If it's not, then we just have to do it manually, okay? So, but for the most part, we remain at the school level, and that's what I'll go through next. So, okay, that's a little bit bigger, which is great. You can break down those boxes. Now I'm going to go through the different components at the top, just kind of letting you know what each one of those mean. Okay, and next slide, Faith. All right, so here, this is the number. It's on the enrollment, where the arrow is. This is the actual number count of students enrolled on the third Friday in October, okay, of that school year. All right, next we have the free column. This is the number of students who qualify for free lunch based on the National School Lunch Program. All right, next, this is the percentage of enrolled students who qualify for free lunch in the National School Lunch Program. All right, so you take your, go back, I'm sorry. Go back to the, so you have your free lunch, which is 258 students, and you divide it by your total what? Total enrollment, and it gives you the percentage, your poverty percentage, okay? If you're not CEP or your first year CEP, you will use that percentage. That's your poverty percentage for free, all right? Next is the free column. Then we have reduced. Those are the students who qualify for reduced lunch, and then you have your reduced percentage, okay? Now, the next column is your free student count plus your free reduced count equal your overall poverty percentage. This information transfers to EGAP once your allocations are made available. If you're non-CEP, this is what you'll use, okay? So you can use this data, rank it, export it to an Excel spreadsheet. You can go ahead and decide on your rank order and however you're going to serve. But the question is, what about my allocation? how does my allocation factor into this? A good rule of thumb is to use a 10% variance. I will use my previous year's allocation minus 10%. And that will be the allocation I use to start planning. So you pretend that whatever that overall allocation is with that 10% variance, that would be that main figure in EGAP for Title I. Then you will use the data here to determine your rank and serve, or really start planning your set-asides, what percentage of that I'm going to have to set aside. Go ahead, you know you want to take your set-asides out before you tell the schools what their PPA is. And you have all your data meetings first, you know, to determine your set-aside. And then go ahead and let the schools know this is your allocation minus 10%, or it may be. It shouldn't hit, it can't hit lower than 10% because we have that, what is that thing called? Not maintenance, well, we do have maintenance of effort for you all, but at the state level, we can't, it's a formula that won't allow us to go below that 10% unless there's been an overall reduction in allocation. Okay? So, that's a good starting point. Even with that percentage, you want to go ahead, use the same formulas for your private schools. So when you start having those conversations, you have your meetings with them, same conversation. Based on the information, the data I have now, this will be your allocation. You can start planning then in March and April. So in July, how many of your CSFOs have to have their budget in and voted on by, is it July 1st?
August.
By August 1st?
August, a board meeting in August and a board meeting in September.
So your plans have to be, well, their budget has to be approved. So this is a great way to go ahead and ensure that your numbers are as close as possible, okay? Because all this planning is going to start occurring in March and you have until August, so there should be no reason EGAPs are not submitted by December. I get some faces like, have you been in my district? I'm saying as far as on your behalf. Because I have a lot of people call and say, well, my CSFO is on me, they have to get their budgets in and approved, but we haven't gotten our allocation. How do I supposed to plan? How do I know? This is exactly how you plan. And really the purpose of the fall count and us always using data that's a year old, okay? Now, let's, okay, so this final column to the right is your free and reduced percentage. If you're non-CEP, this is the data that you will use. Non-CEP and first year CEP. Here is how you receive that poverty percentage before it's uploaded in EGAP. All right? Next, now, if your CEP, this first box here will be checked. If you're a first year CEP, it would not be checked, okay? So if you know your CEP and it's not going to be checked, first year, all right? Now, then the second column tells you if you're school-wide, all right? Provision 2, I don't think we have anyone left on Provision 2. So we'll move on past that, okay. Now, this column tells you the first year that you started CEP. All right, next column is your low-income student count. This will be the free number if the school is CEP. This will be the free plus reduced number if the school is not CEP. This poverty percentage. This is your poverty percentage, okay? Now, let me go back. Oh, doesn't have my number here. So, your first year as CEP, you're gonna have to do what I'm about to say, you're gonna have to do this manually, okay? Because you will not go by that number, because remember I told you that box, if that box is not checked and you are CEP, it's not going to include that multiplier into the next year. Okay? So that's mainly first year CEP. So let's move on. It automatically gives you your percentage and then your recalculation of your low income students with the multiplier. All right? That's automatic. Year 2 and year 3. It will not be automatically done year 1. So what do? I'm going to use that low income student count number, and I'm going to multiply that by the 1.6 multiplier. A lot of times when you do that, you are going to get more than your student enrollment, okay? And when you do get more, what should you do? It automatically means that school is what? 100%, okay? So, let's look at the last column of recalculation for years 2, you're fine, you say that, for years 2 and 3. It is applicable to year 1. The only difference is not going to show up. What you're going to see if you want year 1 CEP is this 87% poverty, and that multiplier is not applied to that, okay? But the last column for year 2 and 3, the multiplier is applied. So as a result, it exceeds 100%, correct? Because your poverty count, when you add the multiplier, ends up being 412 students divided by your 294 students, which is your total enrollment, and it gives you a poverty percent of 140. Well, we can't exceed 100% poverty. So in EGAP, it's just going to convert it to 100% poverty. All right? Well, what happens, go ahead, I'm sorry, next slide. All right, so if a school, that's what I just said. If a school's first CEP year is the current school year, then the portal will not show a recalculated percentage with the 1.6 multiplier. The district will need to manually calculate the recalculated low income percentage. But I'm gonna pause right here, or back. Faith, if you go back to the previous slide. Because look at all of the schools that are listed. The names are not listed, but you know each box of the school. For rank and serve purposes, are all of those schools over 100%?
No.
Yeah, they are. But you're still responsible for serving them in rank order. And you're like, well, 100% is 100%. It shouldn't matter what order, but it does. Because, go back to the original low income student percentage. Do you see the difference in the poverty percentage? Yes. That's the order in which you were served. If you're not giving them all the same PPA, you technically cannot serve the school with 87.5% poverty. You can't give them more PPA than you're giving the 87.75%. You can give them the same, but not more. Is that clear? So don't be confused because they all are 100%, because in actuality they're not.
Does that include if they're over the percent to automatically serve?
Yes.
CEP data or the other?
Well, you still using the CEP data if they are over 75% or they're over all 70, all of them are over 75%. So they must be served. So that answers the question about do I have to serve them or not? Because if they're CEP, well, let's say you are using your 1.6, the 1.6 multiplier. You've decided to use that. You remember the letter Jennifer sent out that said, okay, are you gonna apply the multiplier or not? You're still CEP, but you have option to use the multiplier or not. Well, this year, next year, it'll be an EGAP, right, Jason? That'll be an EGAP, so we won't send the letter out, so you'll say, yes, I'm using the multiplier, or no, I'm not. If the option is yes, that you're using the multiplier, you have to serve all schools that are 75% poverty. Now, when determining the order in which you serve is the only reason you go back to the original poverty percentage, just for order purposes. Now, if you opt to not use the multiplier, that applies to all of your schools, okay? You can't use it for some and not for others, if they're all CEP. Then you would strictly just use the original poverty percentage to determine rank and serve. Is that clear? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I talked about that, the school year, yes. And you will look at first year CEP as 2025. That'll tell you that the district is CEP for the first year, but it's not going to have that recalculated with the multiplier. You will have to do that manually, okay? Go back, I think I don't, all right, so, this just, I really broke it down. But this is good for you to be able to take it home or in your office and you can walk through it. I'm talking through it a little faster than the PowerPoint, but it's really broken down so that you're able to use this document and walk through it when you're in your office, okay? Now, first year in non-PE CEP schools, you will use your free plus reduced percentage to rank any non-CEP schools. You never use your multiplier. You will use your free reduced number just like typical, just like you did before your CEP. And then your CEP schools, you have to, well, you can opt to use the multiplier or not. That's the only time you will see the multiplier applied to some and not applied to the other. But if they're all CEP, you have to go one way or the other. Either use the multiplier or do not use the multiplier. Is that clear? The only option to not use the multiplier if there is a non-CEP school. And I think that's kind of changing. Most of our schools, with that initiative from last year and the Medicaid numbers, and most of our schools are CEP. All right, so next, rank and serve. Just went through same thing with rank and serve, your high priority schools versus your low priority schools. You must rank those schools that are at 75% poverty with more PPA, and you must go back to the original poverty percentage to determine the order of rank and serve if all your schools or most of your schools exceeds that 100% poverty percentage when adding the multiplier, okay? Next. All right, so here are some examples. Choosing to use the multiplier for rank and serve purposes. All right, if you have a Cleveland Elementary School, the enrollment is 463 students. You have 231 of those students free lunch. Your poverty percentage is what? 49.89%. All right, let's recalculate. The recalculated, meaning we add the multiplier to 231 student count times the 1.6 multiplier gives us a poverty count of 369 students. Well, we have 463 students at the school, so we will divide 369 into 463, and what's our new poverty percentage? 79.70%. This is why this is important, and this helps you to decide if I want to use this multiplier or if I do not want to use the multiplier. When you are not using the multiplier, what do you notice?
It's low.
It's lower, but what is most important about it being lower?
The amount of students.
Is lower than what?
75.
Lower than 75%. Why is that important?
Because you have to run concern for all schools that are at or above 75.
You have to serve all schools that are 75% or higher, unless you have a less than 1,000 students, and we only have one LEA that I'm aware of that fits that category. So a lot of LEAs made the decision to use the poverty data or not to use the poverty data, but did not understand why they made that decision. And it's because they did not understand this part. Okay, so when you're talking to your superintendents and CSFOs and your team, and you are ensuring that they understand either why we're using this multiplier or why we're going to choose not to use it, this is what you're telling them. If we use this multiplier, this would be the poverty data for all of our schools. Any of the schools that are over 75%, we have to serve. And how many of you have high schools that do not want to be served? Hello? Okay, nobody? Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you, we have high schools for some reason that does not want to be served. They don't want the paperwork. I don't know what it is, but they don't. And so we receive so many phone calls like, oh my gosh, I did not realize this school is over and we have to serve. They've never been served. Da, 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 da. What do I do? That's why we ask. And you being new to federal programs, I want you to be able to lay all the facts out when making this decision to determine what schools need to be served and what schools do not need to be served. Also, look at the rank order. Because, I mean, you want to make sure the schools are where they need to be in the order in which benefits the district the most, okay? Think about if you have a virtual school. We don't want to serve that virtual school. So if I use that multiplier and it puts my percentage over 75%, should I use that multiplier? Probably not, because it's not going to really hurt the other ones that are not over 75% without the multiplier, okay? But it may make a difference of whether that virtual school have to be served or doesn't have to be served. Even with the rank order. You can order it in whatever order you want to, but if that virtual school is over 75%, they must be served. So does everybody feel comfortable pleading their case, determining whether they should use the multiplier or not? Okay, y'all have to talk back to me, like, yes, no, I don't, I'm confused here. But what about this? I'm gonna be like a Baptist preacher in a minute.
I do have a question.
Question.
I'm not sure, hold on.
All right,
You have to use the 1.6 multiplier if you have a school that has less than 75% poverty.
no. Rank and serve is a two-step process.
Okay.
First step is to determine who's going to be served. All right, we determine who will be served by looking at our poverty percentage, okay? Our student count times that 1.6 multiplier will more than likely create a higher poverty percentage.
Okay.
That determines the order in which you serve. 75% poverty or higher, the law states they must be served. Okay? Is that part clear?
I got that part.
Okay.
I want to find out that thing that you keep doing with that grade level thing. Does that tie into this? Because I'm thinking it does, where you do this rank and serve, does that override what's listed on that PPA, or it will not?
It creates what's on the PPA.
Okay.
What, the only avenue that I'm showing you here was an alternative, was a way, the socioeconomic indicator portal is a way to get the information that will be an EGAP later on, earlier.
Okay.
Talk to me.
I'm gonna be straight up with what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Okay, it's kind of very similar to what you just described about that high school situation.
Uh-huh.
So, we have some schools that are in much greater need, but their numbers in enrollment are so low, they don't get the adequate funding to support what their school really needs.
So you can priority, you would serve rank order, but the multiplier is really not going, and I say this, and there'll be a case where it changes the rank order.
I'm trying to ask you, where do I put that? Because see, I'm following the EGAP. The EGAP is gonna put it in the PPA order. But some of the,
You have to put it in PPA.
well, I mean, of course I do.
Oh,
money
okay.
things.
I don't want you to think it automatically.
Yeah, I mean, I know I keep messing with
Okay.
the numbers and get it less than $1. Okay. I'm trying to get to where you do that rank thing, and I'm probably ignorant.
Okay,
I'm coming
let me
from
help
Georgia
you.
to
Stop,
Alabama.
stop. Let me help you. And this is
Okay.
where I think I'm connecting.
Yes.
If I have a school
Uh-huh.
that I know have a higher poverty need
Yes,
than another school,
yes.
this other school, I don't have to serve them if they're not over 75%.
They are, but they don't need as much money as they keep
But,
not knowing
hold
how to
on,
spend.
walk with me.
Yes.
I don't have to serve them if they're not. They may be if I add the multiplier. But if I don't add the multiplier,
They already are without the multiplier.
well, you're gonna have to serve them.
By
and-
the number
and
of students, no matter
You
what.
serve by the, you talk about the allocation. If that school enrollment is lower but have greater needs, then the number of students that are enrolled controls the total allocation. You can give, if that poverty percentage is higher, you can give them more PPA, but if it's lower than another school, then you can't give them more than that other school. Unless that may be a high school, so you want to serve that elementary first. Well, if you serve in grade span grouping and give the elementary schools more PPA, even if their poverty percentage is lower, you can do that. But you have to grade span group.
And you have to put it in your history comment.
You put that comment in there that you're serving in this order. Okay? All right, so what I want you to do right now is talk with your table and explain to the people at your table how you're going to use the socioeconomic indicator portal. I'm gonna coach you on this, okay? Talk within your table first about the time frame that you're gonna start going to this portal. You got 2 minutes. Okay, so back to action. All right, so who can tell me when are we going to start using the socioeconomic indicator portal? Now, but yearly, what would be your time frame? March. You can start in November. I mean, trust me, I have some LEAs, not to call Jefferson County out, but Jefferson County's gonna call and tell me, hey, the portal is not open. And normally I'll reach out, hey, have you checked to see if the portal is available? And she'll check for me, vice versa, because I know, once I know that's what you want to do, I can be proactive to say, call and reach out, because it may be available to me, but it's not turned on to you all. So that's the good thing. Once I know your habits, I can help you, but know your options, okay? So some gonna start in November, some's going to start in March. You can even use your mid-year reviews as an opportunity to give them their numbers as a projection for next year. with the intent of knowing what? These are just projections. Because you got that 10% variance that you deducted to ensure that don't plan for too much, but you can plan for not enough, okay? All right, because it'll take a lot of money away, especially if you have an LEA that's virtual that serve students outside of your district. I've heard all the stories. They're taking the money from our, I know, but once it's this, it's nothing we can do. Okay? Any questions? Do we understand why would we use the multiplier and why will we not use it? What are our options there? We're gonna take 2 minutes, talk to one another. What are some reasons to use the multiplier? What are some reasons we are not going to use the multiplier? Talk about what your district did and why they decide to use it or not use it. All right, 2 minutes. Like for instance, she has a virtual school that's a 71% poverty, and they're not CEP. So, as I stated here earlier, that student count that you're using is based on your free, not free and reduced, when you're CEP. If you're CEP and you're using the multiplier, you take your free column only and multiply it times the 1.6 multiplier, okay? If they're not CEP, it's free plus reduced. But I have a virtual school. They don't participate in the National School Lunch Program. We don't get applications on them. How is their poverty at 71%? Well, I'm glad you asked. Because you remember when I said that free column 231, I am getting that number without collecting free and reduced lunch applications because of 5 factors that I don't know that, I do know them all, but I don't know them off the top of my head. That's that TANF, SNAP, direct, it's called direct cert, your direct cert number. But it's those students who qualify for that TANF, SNAP, Medicaid, and 2 other factors. Yeah, I don't know if it's WIC. I don't think it's WIC, but it's 2 other governmental assistance that is directly pulled from the state portal through DHR. Hear me out. That is why it's so important to, when you certify your data and you are doing what is called in the district matchback. How many of you do matchback, like making sure your data match? You have to do that. Your student data, like you get this report to make sure your student data, no students are kicked out of whatever the system is. I don't know if it's Power School. It's Power School. Okay. What happens when you get this list of students that's been kicked out of Power School or doesn't match? Doesn't have a direct match. What do you do with that data? How do you get it to match? Y'all don't know, do you? See, that's how you lose out on money. It's important because you're matching it to the state portal, like DHR and all, not us, because we're Power School. That data is matching. So when those students are removed, and who knows more about this would be your CMP director. They are taught this because that's how they determine the students that are qualifying through direct certification and yada, yada, yada. But you need to know, because when they're doing matchback and all, tell your school, students that are kicked out because there is no match, there's something wrong there that's causing those systems not to read. And it's 5 categories, like their name, if in one system, they have just their first and last name, but no initial, and the other has a middle initial. It could be their address, because all 5 of those areas have to match in the databases. So, how can I correct that? According to Stacey Warsher, there's a report you can print, and you can talk about this more and deal with CMP and your tech person, okay? There's a database, or what you pull your information from Power School, and you need to talk to those parents. Let them know, hey, your data is not matching with our data. This is how we have little Johnny listed in our system. His name, address, phone number is 5 areas that have to match. That's on the report telling you, but you don't know what you're comparing it to. But the parents should make the change in one of those systems to ensure that the information matches. And siblings, a whole variety of things. So if the students are not matching, they're not going to be accounted for in your direct cert. But if they're matching in the system, that's how they know that particular child qualifies for these services. Okay? So that's the point in data matching. Is that clear? It's mud. So 2 people point of contact for matchback would be your tech coordinator, your district level tech coordinator, and CMP. Because those are the things they typically work on. But it makes a difference for you because that data affects your numbers. So that direct cert number, the direct cert number that we gather without taking the applications comes strictly from that database to tell us the students that qualify for the SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid, and 2 other things, okay? So, fast forward to our virtual schools. There's no way to not count them. That their numbers are the direct cert, those are direct cert students. We don't have to add the multiplier to them because they're not CEP. But sometimes even not adding the multiplier, the poverty can be over 75%. Depends on how your virtual schools are set up, really. So keep that in mind. Those are the factors that's kind of affecting it, okay? Any other questions? How many of you have specialty schools? Schools, not programs. Like alternative schools where students maybe don't stay there all year, they just go to ISS or alternative like for 7 weeks, because of behavior. Be mindful of how they're coded. If they are its own cost center, we have had issues where those schools must be served. And you call us and you like, no, I can't serve this school. These are different students going in and out. Well, it shouldn't necessarily be a cost center. It should be a program. Who can help you with that? Ethan Taylor. So if you have a specialty school that's really a program where the students' primary enrollment is not that school, then that should be a program. For instance, I learned this. A student can be an alternative school, but they are primarily enrolled at the main high school, but they're in alternative schools, so they are secondarily enrolled there. That will help that student not count in EGAP. So you'll see the school name, but you should see zeros. If you see numbers in there, that means that student is not correctly enrolled in Power School, as that placement being the secondary school is there enrolled as the primary school. And it may not be primary or secondary, but serve the same purpose. Any questions? All of this you want to start cleaning up now so that when the data rolls into EGAP, it's clean.
How do you get it clean?
If it's a difference in your alternative school, the primary, secondary, that's your check. They need to talk to the counselors to make sure they're enrolling them correctly.
Well, no, I know how to do it in Power School. I'm asking because
Direct cert?
Yeah, I'm looking at sometimes on the AIM portal, and I know you only have certain windows for that here in Alabama to make corrections or add data.
AIM is updated by Power School. You make correction in Power School, it should update in
Okay,
AIM.
thank you. I just need to know that because I know, like I said, I'm new. Somebody called in August and was like, certify your data. And the first thing that came to my mind was what you just said. Let me double check Power School, let me see these numbers look right, yada, yada, yada. But I thought you guys were only doing it at the open window. It seems like I asked someone about it and I didn't realize it was an interface there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, when the window opens, you want to be able to certify that it's correct.
Yes.
We should be checking the data every month. I will be sending, let me give you an example of how data could get off. It's the beginning of the school year, enrollment, we have a lot of students being enrolled, so our registrar, she is entering students' information, but entering enough information for them to receive a roster. But she's not going checking the necessary boxes that's applicable to that student. She's not going completing all the data that's required on that student. She's putting enough information in to ensure that we can pull a schedule for that student. Well, she may forget to go back and enter everything that needs to be entered in on all students. So what I would do, print rosters, homeroom teachers, you need to validate, is little Johnny a male? Because she could have easily made him a female, not intentionally, but because she's doing 101 things. The teachers print off the face sheets. Are they verifying that this student receives special services? These are my 504 students. These are my EL students. That entire face sheet, allow the homeroom teachers to verify that it's correct. Once a month or once a quarter, whatever your system is. Because you, as central officer, you're not going to know if all of this information is correct on every single student. That would be a system I would use. I'm sure there are multiple systems in place that, each person could use to ensure that their data is correct. Anything you want to add on that, Eric? He'll be talking next, okay? So he'll just keep going from where I am. All right, any questions?
So if
Yes.
it doesn't match, would that affect the socioeconomic indicator in the tile? Or
Not
would it be
Title
for
I.
next year? Okay.
No. Wait, I'm sorry. Are you talking about like your direct cert numbers?
Mhm.
If the goal is to, I think matchback is, I don't know, when's the time period you all do the matchback? So, if you don't correct it by the 20th day count, that's what it is.
Okay.
The only way you can correct it is for the next year. Because keep in mind, it's a snapshot of that point in time. And we can update Power School and that's why it's a big push to get all of the matching and things done before the 20th day count. Because once that snapshot is into the portal, that's what it is, okay? And that's why we do a multiple, because some departments use end of the year snapshot for their number counts. I think it's end of the year, 20th day count. Y'all, I swear I know this stuff. But on whatever's applicable to me, and what's applicable to you all for federal programs is 20 day count, fall count, all right? That's it, yes.
Two things.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to stop you the first time you said it, but no one uses the term matchback anymore. I used to when I was a counselor.
I don't know what it's called. That's what it was called when I was in the school.
Nobody uses that term. That's why they're looking at it like, what are you talking about?
So what do you all call it now?
But Stacy Royster sends out a newsletter every so often. She actually sent one out like a couple of days ago. If you guys did not get that, if you're not on the listserv, make sure you're on there. On there, she has everything you need, like for the year. It has all the dates and all that, and I'll figure out. It'll come to me.
What is, I'm
I don't know what
sorry.
called, but
It's data matching, but used to be matched back before the 20 day count.
Yeah, we used to send something out saying.
I don't know what it's called.
Hey,
I'm
guys,
so
it's time
sorry.
for match back. But yeah, they don't, nobody knows that.
All you're doing is matching the data.
So check your data.
Yeah, okay, so when I was
Even before principal, as a counselor, it was called matchback. Sorry, learn something new. Didn't I tell you? Always gonna learn something new, but you all know it. So thank you. Okay, anything else? What's number 2? Dr. Killingsworth, you gave it? What's number 2?
The Stacy Royster newsletter, make sure they're on the listserv for that.
Yes. And Ed Durr and all that good stuff. Is that still education director? Okay. I really don't know. Anything else? Any questions that you may have with planning, gathering your data to plan? So y'all ready to plan? Not really. We'll call me. We can walk through. I promise you. We will walk through. We can Zoom, walk through it, and talk about whatever, like going into the socioeconomic indicator portal, pulling up your district, and specifically talk about your students at that time. So don't be afraid to give us a call. I could do it. Your regional specialist can do it. We're all here to support, okay?
My name's Eric Cohen. My capacity at the Federal Programs section, I'm the CSPR coordinator for the state of Alabama. This is your trivia question for the day. Can anyone tell me what CSPR stands for? That is not one of my companies. Nobody? Oh. It's okay, you're not technically supposed to know, but I was just quizzing you anyways. CSPR stands for Consolidated State Performance Reports. And what that is, in a nutshell, this is the annual report that we send to the federal government, which in turn determines the allocations that drop down to us, to you. So that's why Dr. Hawkins and Dr. Killingsworth are stressing the importance of certifying your data annually, and checking it at a minimum monthly, because sometimes there are bugs in the system, and if it's not identified, there's a mad scramble at the end of the school year when it's time to certify, and I get lots of calls. So the more proactive you are in checking throughout the year and putting good habits in place, the better off you'll be when it comes to the end of year certification. So the plan for my section today, I wanted to share some screenshots with you about the different tiles that you will be responsible for within the federal programs section. And also we have a new YouTube page for our section as well that I kind of curate and put, for example, today, you'll see that we're recording the session for today and tomorrow that will be posted soon after on the website, as opposed to, there's a bunch of quick guide videos as well. So I'll show you some screenshots, and then we'll actually switch from the slides, and I'll kind of do a little walkthrough of just showing you the basics of the tiles, little tricks we can do to help organize yourself, and then give you a little demo of the YouTube page. All right, so typically when you guys, work with your data, you guys primarily work with PowerSchool, and then at the end of the school year, you guys certify the tiles in AIM. So this little graphic here just illustrates that, any changes that you make are made at the PowerSchool level. So if you see that there are discrepancies in the tiles, the changes that need to be made are in PowerSchool. And it typically takes about 24 to 48 hours for it to feed down to the tiles. And the 6 tiles that you will be responsible for certifying at the end of the school year are these 6 right here. We've got the SWTA, which stands for School-Wide Targeted Assistance, i.e. Title I. We've got the EL, or English Learners tile. We also have the homeless or McKinney-Vento students tile. We also have a neglected or delinquent tile as well, if you receive neglected or delinquent funds. We also have foster care, and then we are reincorporating the immigrant tile. This was phased out for the past couple of years, but we're bringing it back because we kind of reevaluated the value of it, and we think it should be added back into the fold. So there are a total of 6. If you are not sure, who is supposed to have access to these tiles or how to gain access, all of those roles are assigned via the education directory. So if there's ever any issues with rights and getting logged into these tiles, you can always reach out to either myself, which I'll provide some contact information at the end of my slides here, or you can always reach out to the service desk, which is a part of the ALSDE information systems section They're the ones that oversee and they're the ones that created these tiles. So if I can't assist, I can kind of point you in the right direction to get you the help you need. So again, any changes that are made, Power School level, again, it takes the 24 to 48 hours to feed to the student data tile, which is kind of, think of it like it's the main tile where student data is housed, and then it branches off into these 6. Now, some of these tiles within the 6, they have a little more, another layer of detail as far as student data. You know, the EL one is more EL specific. Some things you'll see in the EL tile that you may not necessarily see in the student data tile. But that's kind of the breakdown of, you know, how it's all laid out there. Now, I wanted to just kind of go through, share some screenshots of each of the 6. So we'll start with the school-wide targeted assistance tile. You'll see here that when you do your end of year certification, typically, I believe last year the window of certification was end of May, beginning of June, and it was open for about a month or so. There was, I think, a situation with some immigrant data where later in the year, I think August, we had to reopen the EL tile specifically to recertify, but that was a bug that was on our end. So the goal is to shoot for, you know, when this is coming. It happens at the end of school, but the more you check your data throughout the school year, the more prepared you'll be to just look at it, say, okay, I'm good, and then click the button. When you are doing your certification for this specific tile, you're going to click right there where it's highlighted in red. It'll say survey. And that's the area you want to click to certify that end of school year data. Now, most of this information is automatically fed from PowerSchool. So you're pretty much just doing a spot check just to make sure everything's feeding correctly. Again, if you see anything that's off, you know, and you're not able to reconcile that, you can reach out to us and we can kind of diagnose and see what's going on there. Now, to certify the fields that are auto-populated, you want to look within the different tiles as well. I said earlier that the student data tile feeds into the subsequent 6 tiles. So what you'll do is do a little side-by-side comparison. You'll check PowerSchool and as it feeds into the student data tile, but within the student data tile, there is a federal programs tab. And under that tab, you'll see that there is a school-wide target assistance section. And you want to look at that information and then compare it to what's in the actual SWTA tile and make sure everything is driving well there. Now, reminder, if you have a targeted assistance population, that's one of the things that's going to be manually marked in PowerSchool, so you have to make sure you pay close attention to that. And then also, these highlighted red areas here, you must manually enter your data for the private school and neglected programs sections. So that's something that is a little extra attention on your part. Not everything is auto-completed. There are a couple sections that you have to review and fill in manually, specific to this tile. But you'll see here, this is a listing of all the different sections that are within that school-wide targeted assistance. And you know, if you're looking at that student data tile, you can break it down by school, by students. All right, so over here, this just provides an example of how you would do a little spot check. You can see here that in the bottom image there, we've got the student data tile, federal programs tab, and then the students SWTA section selected. That pulls up that information on the right side there. I've highlighted a couple areas just to kind of compare. You can see the EL count there is 517. We've got the homeless count was 153, migrant was 0, spec ed was the 866. So you'll look at those numbers and then go over to the SWTA tile back in AIM, and within the student status section, you'll see that those numbers do indeed match. So that's kind of a basic understanding of how to do a quick spot check just to make sure everything is flowing correctly. Again, any issues, you reach out to either me or Place of Service and tickets. Okay, now for this example, when we go to the race and ethnic tab here, you'll see that there's a slight discrepancy in numbers. In the SWTA tile, they report that there are 33 Asian and 910 Hispanic Latino. But when you go over to the student data tile where it's fed from, those numbers are slightly off. You'll see that the Asian count is 37 instead of 33, but the Hispanic Latino is the same. It is the 910. And you'll notice that our totals, though, still match. So what's going on here? You're going to see differences in values with the exception of the total and the Hispanic Latino fields. The reason is because of the way the state reports accounts for race and ethnicity, while federal reporting accounts for race or ethnicity. So to alleviate that duplicate count, that's why you see that discrepancy there of 37 versus 33. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that in the student data tile, under the federal programs tab, under this SWTA section, that value has to be equal to or greater than your values from the SWTA tile. And that makes sense because the 37 count that's there, that means that they have another marking somewhere. In the SWTA tile, those are ones that are exclusive to that one field. So again, this is all related to federal reporting. What you guys report to the state is, it's all fed there. But the way that we interpret that data and send it up to the feds, we have to make sure that we meet the requirements that they're asking us to do. So one thing that is popular with them, they don't want duplicated counts of students. And there you go. So there's that one. Now, one other thing with the SWTA tile, we had previously mentioned that there was a couple manual entry pieces within this tile. One of them is the private school students participating. That's defined as a private school student who were selected for Title I Part A services and were provided Title I Part A services by the school district, or LEA. The definition, the federal definition of local neglected program, it's defined as the locally operated institutions for neglected children who provided Title I Part A services from the neglected or delinquent set-aside, the Title I A set-aside. That is different than if you were to receive a Title I-D allocation. So just be mindful of that, that there is that manual entry piece. So you will have to make sure that you keep a report of that and make sure to add those numbers when you do your end of year certification.
If we don't have any neglected, do we just leave it blank, or do we have to input something?
I believe that if you were to leave it blank, it may trigger a warning, so it might be beneficial to add that 0 in there. But what I'll do later when I go through and pull up the actual tiles, I'll show you how to locate that each of the specific tiles has a user guide manual that has a little more detail to it, and I believe that information is there. So, good question. All right, so that covers the first tile. Moving on to the second tile here, the English learners tile. Notice that the verbiage of where to go to certify looks different. In the last tile it said survey, this one says data collection. So you got to be mindful of the different names. I guess they were developed at different times, came up with different naming schemes. Not very helpful, but that's why we're here to kind of disseminate that for you. So to certify your data for EL, you're going to go to data collection. And a couple of the pieces of advice that our EL specialist gave to me, wanted to communicate to you guys. Data that's displayed on the app home tab, that's pulled from the student data tile. And again, that federal programs tab, this time it's students-EL. So all of this is fed from that main tile, student data, branches off to the 6. So again, in reviewing, if these values don't match, service desk ticket for assistance. And this is typically the main screen that you'll see. It kind of gives a summary. And then if you were to scroll down on the screen, it'll give you the by student counts there. Okay, now also with the English learners tile, there is a manual component to this one. So be sure to review and complete all 4 tabs prior to certifying. It almost looks like a little survey. So you'll see we've got the training, staffing, student, and program data tabs at the top. Not all of these are auto-generated, so you have to go and make sure you review each of those tabs to make sure it's all accurate and complete correctly. And a good best practice is, if you have some system in place where you maintain your own personal records of the professional development counts, topics throughout the year. That makes it all the easier to pull that information and enter it when it comes time to certify. So again, the more proactive you are in collecting that throughout the year, keeping it off to the side. Once it comes time to do this, all you gotta do is pull that file and fill it in. So I've experienced this a couple cycles now. There's some LEAs that have some good practices and some that, maybe it's their first time, they weren't sure what to do, and they're scrambling at the end. So just know that if you ever feel stuck, feel free to reach out. That's why we're here to help you. We're trying to get you through the process as easily as possible. All right, so moving on to the homeless tile here. I did want to highlight a couple things here. You'll see the main page when you get to it. We have a highlighted red box there. That shows you the certification status. So right now you'll see that on this screen it says that the window is closed, but when we do open the window up to LEAs, it'll say open. It'll tell you the certification periods, the length of time that you have to do what you need to do in here. And it gives you a current status, if it was accepted or kicked back. Yes.
So I have a question. So
Yeah.
just, we recently completed like the McKinney-Vento survey.
Mm-hmm.
And although we do not have any scholars identified as homeless, however, we were just made aware of a family that's actually staying with family.
Yeah.
But they don't identify as homeless.
Right.
But I said just that on the survey, but it does not reflect the zero. Should they be considered homeless? I know that is a part of the definition of homelessness, but they don't want to be identified as being homeless. They are just staying with grandma.
I see what you mean.
So I was kind of, I just documented it anyways, but
that's the best thing you can do.
I didn't know which way to go
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
for certification purposes.
Yeah, so my advice there, because this is starting to get into, outside of my realm, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
just know that we do, no, that's totally fine. I want to be able to point you in the right direction of where,
Okay.
you seek to help out to. We have our McKinney-Vento specialist, her name is LaDonna Rudolph. We also have the homeless administrator who's in the room today, Jason Isaacs. Either one of those would be able to, pinpoint how you want to designate that. But definitely document, that's my advice, is you've heard the case, you've documented it, and then we can go through and try to figure out how to, report that, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, also with this certification status, it gives you a running log of, how many times it's been kicked back. So typically, if we have a specialist that reviews these certification statuses at the end of the year, there's one assigned for each tile. The EL specialist oversees the EL tile. Donna Rudolph oversees the homeless tile. Each of them review all of the LEAs in the state. And if they see that something isn't looking correct and they need to kick it back, they're required to provide some kind of comment saying why they're kicking it back. So you will see that in that certification box. If you hit the view details, it'll give you a little running list of how many times it's gone back and forth and what's going on there. But there's one other thing I wanted to highlight, and this will go into my next slide. I've highlighted a couple values here for EL, and then we've got a total enrollment and then total McKinney-Vento for this unnamed LEA here. When I look at the next slide, you'll see that when I go to check those against the student data tile for the federal programs tab homeless section, those numbers are a little off. You'll see that the EL the EL count was 67, and the last example was 79. The enrollment was 315, 369 here. And then for the McKinney-Vento was 344, and then, I can't read that, I think it's two something. But again, there's a discrepancy. What's going on here? Well, the reason for that discrepancy is you'll notice that those values aren't jiving. That's because the student data tile, that includes the counts for withdrawn and dropout students. But for our federal reporting purposes, we don't include the withdrawn dropouts. So if you scroll down to the bottom of the student data app screen and review the summary numbers, so this is, you've got the summary page at the top, you've got it broken down by student. If you go down to the very bottom, you'll see those totals. Those totals will match what's in the tile. So just know that, you're trying to reconcile your data, you're just not getting them to match. Part of that reason might be that one tile includes withdrawn dropouts while another does not. So that could be part of the discrepancy. But again, if you're unsure, reach out and we can make sure that that is indeed the case. All right. We also have, moving on to our next tile here, we've got the neglected or delinquent tile. Very similar in style. You'll see a certification box at the top here with the open or closed status, the window of time, the yes or no completion. And to access this portion, you'll go to Survey Summary. And that's where you'll go to fill out your information and certify that. Now, you want to select now if this applies to you, if you receive Title I-D funds, are there any LEAs in here that receive Title I-D funds? Okay, good. So this would be one additional tile that you have to make sure to certify. If you do not receive Title I-D funds, this is one of the tiles you don't have to worry about. Okay? But if you do receive those Title I-D funds, you want to select all of the applicable facility types, and then you want to complete the survey for each facility. So, for example, if you selected delinquent program group home versus delinquent programs, other programs, you'll have to complete a survey per each facility type that you have. And you want to make sure that you do check each of those appropriately. So again, each survey, it's specific to the applicable facility type. But again, all surveys have a similar outline. It's about 14 questions to complete, and you want to make sure that you populate all fields when completing your surveys. I believe the way the information systems team designed this one, if you left any blanks and you went to try to certify, it will trigger a warning saying that there was a blank field that you need to fill in. So make sure that all those fields are filled in. All right. Again, foster care, very similar in style to the other ones. So I just wanted to highlight another feature that is applicable to all of these tiles, but you have the option to choose the fields that you have within each of your summary screens. So if you feel like there's too much information going on here and you only want to highlight certain columns, just for reporting purposes, or someone is asking for certain information, you can filter and choose which columns you want to view. And that's typically off to, right now it says hide fields, but it'll say show fields as well. And you can kind of click and drag which fields you want. So it's very user-friendly in that sense. If you're trying to generate a very specific kind of report, you have that versatility in choosing. So again, you have the option to choose which column you'd like to view. And again, it's just as easy as clicking and dragging it. You can put it in any order you like. All right. And let's say, for example, you weren't sure if you had access to a certain tile. If you are on the main page on AIM, it'll show up on the tile itself if you have access or no access. If you have no access, it'll highlight and say no access in that orangish kind of color there. If you do have access, that won't be appearing. So that's your first indicator that says, well, I need access to this. You see that, you can reach out to us. Your point of contact that has access to the Rights and Education Directory, they can get that moving to get it fixed for you and updated. So again, if the roles are not properly assigned, you're going to see that specific no access thing in the banner. Now this other screenshot here on the left side, these are the different roles that you'll need in order to certify any given tile. You're going to need the ability to certify, obviously, but you'll also need the ability to view all the data and for the individual schools and then for the whole district as well. So if you are working with your point of contact within your LEA that assigns those roles in the education directory, make sure that you're getting the correct roles assigned. All right, and this final tile here, the immigrant tile, The certification statement and the ability to certify the system's immigrant students data, it may also be available if all of the following conditions are met. So, first one, you are an immigrant student certifier for your LEA. That's when you would have access to this. The certification period is open for the school year selected, so you'll see that the window's been set. And then you have selected the LEA in the system selection options. So just wanted to note that very similar in style, you'll see that all users are going to see the certification status panel as part of the main landing page when you open it. And you'll see that the certification checkbox is actually at the top of the window where all the dates and stuff are. So you will, once you're good to go, you've reviewed it, looks good, you check it, and then off to the right there you'll say certify immigrant students. And then that portion's done. And just also when you review the immigrant student data is complete, data is correct, you're going to certify that data by checking the box and then clicking the button over there. Once you do that, a prompt will pop up that says, are you sure you want to certify and submit? It's out of date because it says I now, we use PowerSchool, but it should be updated. If not, that's something that we need to fix on our end, so I'll double check that just to make sure, because that is way out of date. So, but you'll click OK. It's just kind of a final, like, are you sure you want to do this? And then you'll click the OK button, and then from there you'll see the action that the state takes on your behalf. You know, if they accept your certification, you'll say, it'll either say yes or no. It looks like in this instance here, the LEA certified it, but then the state kicked it back. They said no. Now, typically when you hit that view details, they'll give some kind of explanation as to why they kicked it back. You can reach out to the specialist that kicked it back to see what they're looking for, or you can reach out to me for general technical assistance, or you can always do a service desk ticket. So there's many outlets you can take. Don't feel like you're stuck if you're trying to find an answer with the state. There's always somebody you can talk to. All right, so you'll see here, these are all the points of contact for each of the individual tiles. I typically provide just some general technical assistance, try to get you going, and if there's questions that are kind of outside of my purview as far as program-specific things, I will kind of divert to the specialist that is overseeing the individual programs. So we've got Jennifer Cannell for the school-wide targeted assistance. Becky Wilson is the English learners immigrant tile. For homeless, McKinney Vento, we've got LaDonna Rudolph. Neglected or delinquent, we have Ms. Jennifer Adams. And then for foster care, we've got Sally Meadmere back there. So very good information. If you get stuck at all, don't hesitate, reach out. We're here to help you and try to make it as easy as possible for you. Some of this stuff can be a little convoluted, so it's good to have someone kind of guide you through it and say, oh, this is actually what you need to do. So, now that being said, I did want to highlight that we recently came out with a section YouTube channel, and we've housed a whole mix of videos. I've attended some trainings that I've recorded and put online. There's ones where I've gotten with specific specialists, and they kind of give a little summary of their program. So it's definitely something that's worth checking out, and I think we'll take a few minutes right now and do a little review of the YouTube channel, kind of show how it's laid out, and then I think I'll spend a few minutes, and I believe I have some time. We can go through the tiles themselves, and I can show you a couple little cool things, like how to color code and stuff, if you're into that. I'll put this down. All right, so just make note of the web address at the top there. It's YouTube, but it's at ALSDE, Federal Programs. And the way I've laid this out, this will be the first thing you see when you get to it, is the home page. And on this home page, I try to curate it in order of most recent to oldest. But at the very, very top, I want to keep the quick guide stuff at the very top. That's, little short 10-minute videos, gives you a basic rundown of each of the individual programs. This is a work in progress. You'll see that we currently have 2 videos in there. We've got a nice overview of compliance monitoring from one of our specialists, Edward Williams. Does a great job with the compliance monitoring. And then we've also got a Title II Part A class size reduction summary video as well, provided by Sally Meek. So some of the videos that are in the works right now, we've got a accountability video that is cooking right now. We've got, let's see, what else was there? Dr. Killingsworth, Dr. Killingsworth has a running list on her wall, so she keeps me busy with their YouTube videos. But as you scroll down, you'll see that we've got the ASIP training for leaders. This was conducted on the 4th of October. We got a little ASIP overview, which we work with our school improvement specialist. Her name's Dr. Dana Williams. She does a great job there as well. And you'll see that it's all, here's our new director's training from last year. So if you want to see how it compares to this year, you can look at last year's video as well. But there's a whole wealth of knowledge here. Spring conference there's, hey, look, that's me. So we can do all that on the home page, but you can also look by the individual videos here. So that's where they're all housed. And then I have a running list of playlists right there. So if you're looking for a specific series of videos, we can look there as well. So I know there are some resources, located in eGap. We're trying to also give you more. We're trying to put it all out there for you to use. So just know that this is another resource for you to use there. Now, with a few minutes left, let me see what time it is. Yeah, we do have some time. I wanted to briefly pull up the AIM portal as well and just do a couple, show you where the user manuals are, do the color coding, and then answer any questions you may have.
I'm sorry, Eric, before you transition.
Yes.
If someone has some suggestions about additional short clips that they would you like them to submit that to you?
Of course, yeah. So, excellent point. Thank you, Dr. Gillis. Yeah, if there's any things that you're unsure of, or if you feel like, the whole state would benefit from having a little deeper dive into a specific topic, that's what we're looking for. We want to, benefit the whole state. So if you feel like you have a concern, you're probably not the only one who has that concern. So you can always reach out to me and say, hey, I've been looking for some kind of resource on this specific skill. Can you help me out, or can we get something made? Feel free to reach out to me and we can make that happen too, because we're trying to build up this YouTube page. All right, let me transition over to the tiles here. Okay, so once you log in here, just a couple things to highlight. You'll see that, I have mine color coded. The ones that, fall under my realm, I put in green here. If you hit this little gear, that'll give you some options here if you're into that, if you just like it wherever, do your thing. But I try to organize myself a little bit because there are quite a bit of roles here. You can see that I don't have access to some of these as they pertain to other sections, but all these ones that are under federal programs, these are the ones that I kind of help with. Let's see, one other thing is to access the manuals. I stated earlier, if you hit this little question mark, you'll see that it not only does it list the roles that you should have if you are looking for access to this tile, but also if you go down to the view help feature here, it'll pull up a user guide. And it gives you a really great breakdown of, how the tile operates and what's needed within the tile. And there should be one for each of the tiles. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that is a resource that you can pull if you're doing tiles for the first time, you're not sure how to get started with the process. This is going to be the first place I'm going to tell you to go, is that user manual. So, but yeah. One other thing is, if we were to access some of these tiles, me as a state employee, I have different access than you at the district level, so I can't really show you what you need for your purposes at the district level. I have my state view, but just know that if you have any questions with the tiles, service desk ticket, email me, we'll make it happen. We'll get you squared away. So, but my reminder again is that, again, throughout the school year, please make sure that you're spot checking continuously throughout the year. I'd hate for you guys to be stuck at the end of the school year and this is yet another thing you have to do to close out, right? It can become very stressful if you haven't put certain things in place to ensure an easy process for you at the end of the year. So if you need any guidance on that or you need any help throughout the year, just feel free to reach out to me. So let me go back to the slides here. I'm not sure how that full screen is. And that's it from my bit. Oop, I'm clicking all around here. Are there any questions before my time's up here? All right, well, I appreciate everyone's time. We're going to bring up Amanda Rylett next to close out the day.
All right, so I have the lovely job of walking you through end-of-year closeout and just reminders. I don't know if we ever sent you guys a reminder to bring your notebooks from the first meeting. If not, if you do have them with you, then there is your timeline. Your monthly timeline is in there, and that's kind of where most of this information came from, so you're welcome to follow along with that if you want to. But otherwise, we're just going to talk about the different things that you should be doing every month, each month that's different. And if you have questions about any of these items as they come up, please feel free to raise your hand, yell out, whatever. We just want to make sure that everybody is clear on what needs to be done from now to the end of the school year and preparing for the next school year, okay? So, these are your monthly reminders. If you look at that timeline, these are the items that are on every single month reminding you to do these items, okay? So, you have to confirm your school allocation amounts with the report manager cost center reports to verify that your budget and expenditures match. You have to do that every month. Verify your student data for the current school year in the student data tile and AIM. We just talked about that. Verify student data for the school year in the student data portal. Verify your migrant district verification report. This is for the funded LEAs only, of course. For 21st century, you would do your easy report, previous month's attendance on the 15th of the month. That's on every month. Report staff, student ratios from the previous month to TA on the 15th of each month. That's for if you just have 21st century funding. Review and monitor your ASIP budget expenditures and support building principals in hiring certified staff as needed. Anybody have any questions about those things? Those are things that you're supposed to do every single month. All right. So this is at your level. Then you have, at the LEA level, then you have school level reminders that are on every month, okay? So you need to remind your schools to be doing these things. Using the school level data, the school level Title I allocation, other funds expeditiously and effectively. Reminding your staff to secure signed school parent compacts for newly entering students throughout the year. Verifying time and effort documentation, making sure it's correct and up to date. And verifying your inventory of your Title I equipment and reporting any kind of irregularities to the central office. Those are just things that you should be reminding your schools to do monthly. All right, now we're going to talk about the ones that are specific to each month. So if anything comes up you're unsure about, we're starting with this month, which is almost over actually. But you would need to, okay, so in January, you're going to check your budget revisions monthly, making sure EGAP 2.0 matches your electronic media reporting required by SDE LEA accounting. So that says monthly. I'm not sure why it was only on January, but it was. But you definitely do want to make sure that's done in January. And if you're if you have 21st century grant, then they would submit their mid-year report by January 30th, which is coming up. And a school reminder would be to complete their mid-year update of their ASIPs, okay? Any questions about those? January, almost over. All right, next month. This is when you're going to start facilitating discussions in your central office about your budget, any kind of budget revisions you need to do. Of course, carryovers starting to come over, and so you want to start thinking about any kind of budget revisions you need to make at this time of the year, considering carryover, considering maybe the expenses that you said you were going to do at the beginning of the year, but maybe it didn't work out. Maybe you said you were going to hire somebody, but you couldn't find anybody for that position, and you need to revisit your budget and determine if you need to do some revisions. So that should start happening in this upcoming month. You would need to start planning and actually hold your federal programs advisory meeting at your LEA level. Alternate access for ELL, so your English language learners dates, okay, alternate access for ELL learner, I'm sorry, that's a tongue twister, I'm sorry. Alternate access for ELLs, dates, and make available to testing coordinators, okay? That's not even a complete sentence, I'm not sure why I didn't catch that before. But you're going to alternate your dates. Alternate your access testing dates. Is that what I'm reading?
Alternate's not a verb. Alternate's not a verb.
Alternate. Okay, I knew I was reading that wrong. I was like, what is going on? Okay, sorry about that. All right, make equitable services intent to participate letters form. Mail, I'm sorry, I can't read today for some reason. Mail your equitable services intent to participate forms out to your private schools if applicable. So just remember, if you have any private schools that fall within your attendance area or private schools that you've served with Title I in the past, you need to mail out the intent to participate letters to them to see if they are wanting to have services the next year. Use current year data to complete and submit the private school enrollment survey, so those should be coming out soon. And for your schools, they need to be reminded to attend annual training for migrant recruiters and homeschool liaisons. Okay? Any questions about any of those? All right. So far, so good. All right, in March, you're going to start facilitating collaborative planning meetings for EGAP 2.0 with appropriate LEA personnel to plan for the upcoming year. So this is when you need to start thinking about next year, looking at what you did this year, looking at your data results. Are the programs that you purchased, do they work? Do we need to change something for next year? Start having those conversations with leaders in your LEA and start planning for what you're going to do for the following year. That needs to start happening around March. Again, some people wait till March to mail out those equitable services intent to participate letters. You should be getting those in around that time as well if you sent them out in February. And then for those who are interested in participating in equitable services, that's when you'll start setting dates for your meaningful consultation meetings with those private schools. Okay? For the schools, you need to remind them in March to collaboratively review components for their ASIPs and meet with faculty and parent committees to discuss any updates or changes to the next year's school parent compacts. All right? Any questions about that? All right. April. For those private schools who do want title services, you would provide timely and meaningful consultation to those private schools and start completing the meaningful consultation checklist. So that is basically a checklist that tells you what you need to discuss with those private schools, talk about funding. It gives you a very comprehensive list of everything that you're supposed to discuss with those private schools to get ready for their participation in equitable services. Then you would also need to hold your federal programs Title I Advisory Committee meeting and document that you actually that meeting occurred. Attend federal programs spring conference, which is going to be on April 22nd through the 24th in Montgomery, same location as always. We will get information sent out about that coming soon, the hotel blocks and that sort of thing. That should be coming out soon. You will revise the current year LEA parent-family engagement plan based on the required annual evaluation from the previous year. So again, Those evaluations that we have you guys do for these programs, they have a purpose. You should be looking at those evaluations, looking at the results, seeing if the data shows that you did have improvement or did not have improvement, and see if you need to adjust things for the next year. Those forms are not just something to upload into EGAP 2.0 to check a box. They really should be used to to help plan and implement what you're doing with your title funds. All right, facilitate any further revisions to the LEA Parent and Family Engagement Policy or Plan after meeting with the LEA Parent Advisory Committee. So again, think about what did we do for parent-family engagement last year? What do we need to do next year differently, if anything? And then for your schools, you need to remind them to involve their faculty and staff in revising and updating their ASIPs based again on data that they collected. Is what they're doing working? Do they need to revise it? Do they need to try something new? Okay. In conjunction with parents, they also need to be revising their parent and family engagement plan or helping with the district or policy plan, and include a dated copy in the school's student handbook so the parents have access to that. And then jointly develop the school parent compact with faculty, parents, and students for the upcoming school year. So all of, as you're seeing a pattern, starting in March, April, May, you really are, diving really deep into planning for the next year. Looking at what happened this year, looking at data, determining what we're going to do for the next year. All right, in May, you're going to refresh relevant staff with updated EGAP 2.0 training if needed. Provide timely and meaningful consultation to private schools that want to participate in equitable services. Make sure you keep that meaningful consultation checklist. Make sure that's complete. That may actually take several meetings to complete, by the way. And make sure you keep that on file. And then after that meaningful consultation takes place and you've gone through the checklist, then you're going to start creating your equitable services consolidated implementation plans for those private schools that are participating. So what is it we're going to do for the private school next year? Okay. And then homeless coordinators are required to attend city and county liaison training. For the schools, you should remind them to finalize any changes to their school parent compacts for the next year. They need to be made aware of any unspent Title I or any other federal funds that have been allocated to the school. They need to be reminded that those unspent funds are only available to the school for a certain time, and after that they will no longer be available to that school, and they need to check with their central office to find out when that time is. And then they need to assemble notes from ASIP action steps or activities, their evaluations, summaries, effectiveness of different strategies in narrative form for stakeholders, and propose new strategies for the coming year. So again, looking at their ASIPs, looking at the action plans, the action steps they did last year, looking at what they said their evaluation methods were going to be, look at the data. Do you need to make revisions for the next year, and make those plans and propose those strategies for the next year? Any questions so far to this point? All right. June, you'll begin evaluations of all federal programs and revisit after state assessment data is received. So again, you're looking at data, you're looking at what you said you're going to do in your evaluation for this past year, and starting to, in the data that you said you were going to collect, you're going to start making sure you have all that data together, and creating those evaluation forms. Those will be uploaded into your related documents under each applicable funding source as part of next year's consolidated application. So go ahead and start working on that at the beginning of the summer. Again, private schools, after meaningful consultation, you want to create that consolidated implementation plan. If it's really, it just depends. I'm sorry that spans over many different months, but it really just depends on when you start sending out those intent to participate letters and when you start your whole process with your private schools. I suggest that you do it earlier rather than later, so that when it's time for you to do your budget, especially now that funds are going to be, you're going to, if you turn in your application by a certain time, you'll be able to obligate those funds back to, July 1st. You need to kind of have a plan of what your funds are going to be for your private schools as well. All right, certified federal program student data for the school year in the AIM portal. So we want to make sure, Eric just went over that, of how to do that. And then plan for summer professional learning opportunities for staff, including class conference, mega, etc. All right. Then don't forget that your intent to participate in CEP is due by June 30th for eligible schools and systems. And you would need to complete 21st century revisions in EGAP 2.0 if applicable. That will probably be coming off in future years because hopefully from this point forward, that we will have funding way earlier in the year and you won't be getting funding like super late in the year as it has in the past. All right. Any questions about June? Okay. July. Please make sure you attend the mega conference on July 14th through 18th. It's again, and as always, is in Mobile. And please we encourage you guys to attend as well as your teachers and any of your staff. There's great things there. It's really a great conference. If you've ever been, make sure you attend. I would put it against any national conference I've ever been to as far as the number of sessions, the variety of sessions, and the information that you can learn for anybody who's in the education period. And I'm not just saying that because I'm one of like the people that put it together. But anyway. So in July, you're going to receive your preliminary allocations and begin preparing for EGAP 2.0 application. You need to collaborate with your CSFO and other program coordinators to ensure coordination of budget. So again, we're going to start planning this way earlier than normal so that you have a plan for the new school year before the school year even starts. Isn't that awesome? After meaningful consultation, create your equitable services implementation plan. Again, that's on there. Watch for the announcement of the McKinney-Vento Grant Competition Awards. Complete your 21st century revisions in EGAP, if applicable, and remind your schools for your schools that facilitate planning for the required annual Title I parents meeting that usually occurs at the beginning of the school year. Make sure, well, that's actually required to be held at the beginning of the school year, and that is part of the guidance, state guidance that has to be met. All right. And that's it. Anybody have any questions about things that you need to do between now and the end of the school year? So something came up earlier about all those required documents, those related documents you have to upload. This is the time when you're working on those. I thought it was a great idea that we need to kind of, have a session sometime in the future about those documents and how to fill those out. But this is the time when most of those documents you're going to be working on those and updating them and getting your data and filling them out and that sort of thing. So if you ever have any questions about what to do or how to do that, please do not hesitate to reach out to us and we will help you out in any way we can. So Dr. Dunsworth is going to wrap us up with a few announcements and answers to some questions.
I don't know why y'all not calling me Molly. You call me Molly every other day.
Because, I don't know, Molly is going to come talk to you.
Okay, so we had quite a few. I was going to wrap up with one thing, but instead, Brittany gave me a list of things. Brittany, come on up. You're going to address some of these things. Several things that you guys put in the survey that you need help with, some questions. And I'm going to put my staff on notice in just a minute. Calandra, get ready. I've got a question for you coming your way. Sally, you too. Okay. So these are some really, really good comments. So one of the comments was that somebody asked about examples of successful expenditures. And along those lines, there was another comment that said something about it's difficult to be innovative and make sure what you're trying to do is allowable. So put my staff on the spot. You guys think about for Title I, Title II, migrant, for the different programs you have, think about something that an LEA is doing that's innovative or that's a really good idea that maybe a lot are not doing. I'm coming back to you, so think about that as we're going on. Okay. Brittany, there are some questions in here about the lack of support and individuals needing additional support and technical assistance. And so tell us what you're going to do to provide technical assistance, what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I know, but we need more details. So, I'm assuming, I'm hoping that this came prior to my, okay, thank you. So you have my personal number, you have my email. Had a lengthy discussion. I will get back. I do have quite a list right now. I'll just tell you what I'm working on. Your related documents person, I have that on my list. The rank and serve, I'm trying to do this cute little Excel since we've been talking about like what to serve and who not to serve. I didn't know that was a need, but I'm working on it. And then I'm gonna shoot it to Dr. Hawkins to let her see it. Should be kind of fun. And then the carryover timeline, I think that's more internal with your CSFO, but I'm going to prior to that process myself to see the lingo you need to talk to your CSFO because that's the person who really controls your carryover if you didn't know that or not. So just throwing that out there. And then with the procedure thing, just going to see how can I help you with that. So I know that was shouted out around here somewhere. So yes, ma'am. But that was said before I presented, so you can't.
Okay, well, don't go too far. I've got another one for you. Hang on. So a really good idea someone put on there was the relationship with the CSFO, Federal Programs Director, EGAP, and NextGen. That's a great idea. So what we're going to do, Amanda and Kelly, for the spring conference, we're going to put that on our agenda. Similar to what we're going to do for, if we can't do spring conference, then mega, but similar to what we're doing with accountability. So you guys, this is what we're going to do for, if you have you don't have to raise your hand, but for those of you who have a CSI school, we're going to have a pre-conference session. So the spring conference is the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And it starts the 22nd at 1 o'clock. Well, that morning, we're going to have a pre-conference session, and the pre-conference session is going to be all around school improvement. So we realize that sometimes there's a gap in federal programs and OSI and accountability. So what we're going to do, all three sections are going to be there and they're going to present. So first, I'm assuming Marcus will be there from accountability. He's going to talk about, for the CSI schools and ATSI schools, how you got on the list. These are the indicators we look at. This is how we rank the schools. This is where we stop at. And then this is how you got on the list. This is how you get off the list. Then federal programs is going to come in. Well, now that you're on the list, this is the funding. This is the timeline you get the funding. This is how you have to spend it, carry over, all that stuff. And then OSI is going to come behind federal programs and say, okay, these are the supports that you have. This is what you're going to get, whether you ask for it or not. We're going to show up, we're going to do da-da-da-da. And these are things that are available if you want it, but you got to request it. A lot of the LEAs don't know that, and sometimes you just don't know who to ask. So similar to that, now that we have this request for CSFO and federal programs, we're going to do something similar to that. Amanda? Okay, cool. All right, so we'll put that on our agenda. A couple of the comments were lack of support. And, you know, it's hard to address that because we're not in your LEAs, and so we don't know what's going on. Every once in a while, if somebody mentions to us, hey, I need help trying to get my superintendent to do this or the CSFO to do that, depending on who it is, and depending on how comfortable I feel nudging without getting in trouble, because I don't like to get in trouble, then I don't mind applying just a little pressure. But let me tell you, the best thing you can do is to bring them to our trainings. Anytime we have our mega conference, for example, the all-day training, we always tell, and our spring conference, we always tell federal programs directors, you can bring your CSFO, you can bring the superintendent, usually a couple of superintendents, not a lot, but a couple, probably 2, 3, 4 maybe, will attend. But that's probably the best way to get them, and not necessarily on your side, but get them to understand what you're going through, to understand you guys need to be on the same page, is to have them at our meetings, at our trainings, whatever it is we have for you guys, feel free to bring them along. Just make sure they register, you know, in the portal or however we have them to register. There was a comment in there also about meeting timelines. Brittany, how do you meet timelines?
Following Amanda's great timeline she just went over.
So how do you, that's not what they're asking.
Oh.
What they're asking is, what the question really is, I'm ad-libbing. I've got all this stuff on my plate, and now you just told me 9 things I need to do in the month of January. January is almost over, so how am I gonna get this stuff done? What are some helpful hints?
Honestly, partnering with someone, taking advantage of your regional meetings. Someone said they don't know a lot about the regional meetings. Please meet me, because that is where a lot of our knowledge comes from when you talk to your comrades in your district. If you're not meeting with them or you haven't gotten the invoice, because I know I said I was going to try to find you through your answers. I'm sorry. But like 2 of you guys mentioned that you do not have these meetings, and we kind of need to know who you are, because if anyone does attend the meeting, that they can attest that that's where you kind of learn how to get your pace going, because it's not like something you do every day. You might have to do it Monday, come back to it Thursday or the next week. So if you're one of those people who really don't know what region you're in, don't raise your hand now, because I don't want to put you on the spot. But see me now so I can, or see me afterwards so we can figure out what region you belong to. But I think that's where a wealth of the knowledge comes from.
And so everybody has their own thing that works for them. I can tell you what works for me to stay organized. The same way you guys have timelines, we have timelines, a ton of them. Stuff due to the feds, annual reporting, I mean, it's always something. Not to mention personnel, but what I typically do, I get my calendar. If I know, for example, like I had probably 4 or 5 performance appraisals, HR, that's due the end of February. Thank goodness they give them to me early enough. They're due February 28th, say. I put it on my calendar for February 14th. So I know if I haven't done it by the 14th, I need to start getting it by the 14th. If I know the administrators, I have to get it from them, then I get it from them on the 10th, so I can go over it, make sure we don't have any issues. Something always comes up, but I know I've got that cushion to make sure that everything goes, you know, the way it's supposed to go. And I hate being late on anything, so that works for me. You guys figure out what strategies or whatever you can put in place to work for you. And I don't know what else to say about that. Anybody have anything to address organization and timelines and what helps you? Anybody want to chime in? Nobody? Okay. All right. I'm going to my admins now. Tell us some examples of some innovative, if you can, innovative ways the LEAs are spending their funds. Sally, I'm going to start with you. You can do Title II, migrant, which one? Whichever one you want to share.
Okay, so with Title II, new teacher academies are an innovative way to use those funds, and because they could set up mentorships for your new teachers, and that really helps with the retention of those teachers, because it provides that support. And if word gets around, if there's a district that provides a lot of support for those new teachers, they may want to apply in your district. So that's a really innovative use of that. For also teacher incentives for Title II, that is allowable. So if that's something that you're interested in, call me and we can kind of talk through that. But that is a good use of Title II funds. I don't think anybody here has a Title I-C migrant program, but what I see in those programs that are very innovative is they are collaborating with other programs. So like in summer camp, they're collaborating with the literacy camp and they're tacking their camp onto it. So maybe literacy camp ends at noon, then their camp starts, they feed them lunch, and then they have an hour of maybe a STEM camp. They also collaborate with their community. So these are just good practices for other programs too, but they collaborate with, YMCA so that the migrant kids can go get some swimming lessons after literacy camp, because we have a little bit more flexibility with those funds, because we do a lot of enrichment. And then I have seen several districts that that have buses. Okay, so there's one that has a STEM bus and one that has a parent involvement bus. And using that resource to go into the community. So rather than having, like, for parent involvement, rather than having them always come into the school, they take that bus into the community.
And that's out of Title. That's their migrant.
Well, it is, but there's different ways you can do it, but yes. Specifically for me, that was migrant. But those buses have a lot of ways you can collaborate with your community.
Perfect, thank you. I'm sorry, Jason, I forgot you were back here with the homeless. Okay, Jason, and then we'll come to you, Kalana. Amanda, we'll get you too.
All right, so in regards to homeless, something that's really been happening lately, now that ARP homeless funds are going away, it's happening a little bit less, but I still encourage it. There is connection days that you can do either in your district or around in a regional, where you partner with outside agencies. You bring in health services, doctors, you bring in housing specialists, you bring in food specialists, name all your partners, and you have one giant, basically, expo where you can bring in the community to get the resources they need. Rather than individualizing it, you're doing a big event, and that supports those students. So.
Okay, thanks. And Calandra?
I don't even know about innovative things that I know we typically don't see in applications with Title I is sometimes we forget to focus on students that may be performing on grade level but have the potential to go to college, like the dual enrollment opportunities. We really don't see a lot of focus on that particular area. So that's some things you want to consider. Kind of don't forget about those students. You know, you want to ensure if they have the ability to go to college that we kind of put that in front of them so that could, you know, push them on to the next level. And as Sally said, transportation, like buses, we've seen where they provide STEM labs because every school doesn't have a STEM lab, or a dance, maybe like dance or some type of creative movement that they are, arts integration. They'll have a bus transporting the teachers, the artists to different schools to provide that service to different students so they can have access. What else is some things that I've seen? Parent and family engagement is another one. Getting the parents involved, allow parents to come in and sit a day or go to school with their child throughout the day as a benefit, not a punishment. I've heard of that being a punishment. But really allow the students to take control, to show their parents how their days are going. A lot of the data meetings where students are responsible for their data and able to present their data to their parents and explain their goals, their goal settings, things of that nature. Let's see, what else? Anybody can think of anything else? Right off the bat, I can't. I know that we have arts in residence, that some LEAs may hire artists to come in and provide services to students. That's all I can think of kind of right now.
Okay, so it sounds like in the state of Alabama, we're not that innovative. So this is what we're going to do. We're really not. So this is what we're going to do. We really do get a lot of applications, people doing the same thing. If you guys have any ideas, you know, I think I want to try this, how can I do this, what funding can support it, let us know. Let's sit down at the table, look at all of your funding holistically and see where we might be able to help you support. But I'm thinking another idea, Brittany, is to maybe have some type of like a expo where our LEAs, because I mean, I can think of two off the top of my head, but she's not in here. She would kill me if I mentioned her and she's not here. But there are some LEAs that are doing some different things out there. So if maybe we might want to do, we probably can't get together for spring conference, but if you write that, there you go. So some type of expo with innovative ideas for our LEAs with our different funding sources, whether it's Title I, Title II, our homeless, our different funds. We'll take a look at that and see what we can do. Because we want you to be innovative. If for example, I'm going to use school improvement, for example. If you have a school, if you're a district that has had a school improvement for 5 years and you're doing the same thing you've always done, we got to do something different. Try something, anything different. It may work, it may not work, but we know what you're doing now isn't working if you're in the same place you've been for 5 years. So we're gonna work on that.
Quick caveat, if you're the person who has an idea and you want to pitch it to us, let me just help you. I don't know, because I saw that. Think about how you will evaluate it, and that will give you over the hump for approval. Like if you say, hey, we want to try this because we've never done it, or someone else, start thinking about how you will evaluate it in your program and pitch that to us along with your idea. It'll, grease it for us and make it real nice. But if you just say, I want to try it, that's probably not going to work. But if you thought about the evaluation piece, that might help you, whatever the idea may be.
Great advice. Okay, so the last thing I want to say that was in the survey, and there were a few other comments that we're going to address. These are the ones that we felt like we wanted to address as a large group. But there was one comment in there that was a little troubling, and it addressed the lack of support. So not at the LEA level. It looks like it was talking about the state level. So I'm going to say this to everybody. If at any time you feel like we are not helpful, we are not supportive, I need you to call us on it and I need you to let it be known. Now, I don't mean saying, no, you can't spend funds on this because of that. That's just the job. But if you feel like you need help and you cannot get the help you need, let us know, because that's something I need to know. That's something we all would want to know. We all get busy. We all are juggling 1,000 things, y'all. Our administrators, I've got 4 administrators. They're probably doing the job of 6. Why I can't hire 2 right now at this moment is a long story. I won't even tell you. So I appreciate them, but I'm steadily putting stuff on them. I have some specialists that are not administrators that are probably doing the work of administrators. We all get busy, but it doesn't matter. We're here for you guys. If there was not you, we would not have a job. So if there's ever a time, and I do mean this, if there's ever a time that you feel like you're not supported, you feel like we're not listening to you, send me an email, pick up the phone and call, or just say, look, time out. You remember you said, for us to let you know, I'm letting you know I don't feel supported. And then I will sit down and I'll say, okay, tell me what you need, let me make sure I'm understanding you, and we'll see what we can do to help you. It may still not work out in your favor, because at the end of the day, the answer may be, no, we can't do that, or something like that. But again, I don't want anybody to feel like that we're not supporting you.
Does that work for us? Oh, that was for them.
I have to deal with this all day, every day. She does a good job most days, so I put up with her. Go ahead and say it. Let me go. Okay, so let's talk about tomorrow. Any questions, comments, or anything before we talk about tomorrow? Okay, so looking at tomorrow, accounting, Leah is not going to be here. She had something come up and she can't be here, but Calandra is going to do her part, focusing primarily on carryover, the FER process. When I first started in federal programs, and I was like, what is taking so long to get this money out? Why don't they have the money? All I heard, FER, FER, FER. Then probably 2 years in, I realized what it was. I still don't understand what's taking so long. But anyway, she's going to go through that process and talk about carryover. If you have any questions that she can't answer, we will. Kelly, are we still able to get Leah virtual or no?
We can if we need to.
Okay,
We'll figure it out.
I'll call her on the way home and see if she'll be able to link it. And then we're going to do table talks. So we've got 6 different sessions, 6 different conversations. And so we'll have, if I say something wrong, Amanda, please correct me, because we talked about this a long time ago. So I feel like we were so organized and so ready, and then we had to change the date. I'm like, okay, what did we say we were doing here? But anyway, so with the table talks, everybody will be able to attend. Is it four rotations? Okay, that's concerning.
I don't remember.
Okay.
We got, yes.
I want to say it's four. It's like 4 out of 6. Or the last time we talked was 4 out of 6. So we want you to look at those topics and pick which topic that you want to attend. And it's just a general conversation. We're not giving a speech. We're not giving a handout or anything. Just a conversation on where you are and what your concerns, questions, comments, suggestions, whatever it is you want to say. Amanda?
It's 4.
It is 4. Okay.
Read the topics.
I don't know, I got them here. So equitable services, I would imagine that most people would need to or want to attend that. Parent and family engagement. Do you know the people who are attached to these?
Yeah.
So equitable services, I'm assuming is Amanda. Okay. Parent and family engagement, I'm assuming is Calandra.
That's Landra.
That's right, okay. And then policies and procedures, who's doing that? Eric is doing policies and procedures, so if you're not quite sure what policies, procedures you need to have, if you have a question about what all am I supposed to have at the LA level, you can go there and have some conversations. The unconference session, that's with me, that's just whatever comes up and comes out and whatever you guys want to talk about, you never know what that might be. Hush, Brittany. Compliance monitoring, and I'm assuming that is Jason, you know compliance monitoring, okay? And then technical assistance. So anything that we've talked about today, or if you haven't had a chance to talk about something specific that you need help with technical assistance, somebody put in there, a couple people put, I need one-on-one assistance. You can have those conversations with Brittany tomorrow in your, just to let her know in the setup, you know, a time to have that one-on-one. Let's see, what else? And then we have a lunch and the share out, 11:20 to 11:45. Oh, and then we're going to end with Amanda with grading funds for summer programs. And you're going to talk about all the programs that are coming up with 21st Century and all that good stuff. Perfect, sounds good. And we should wrap up 12:30, if not a little before 12:30. Any final thoughts? Eric, final thoughts?
Thanks for being here, guys.
All right, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Day 2, let's see what we have for today. Anything lingering from yesterday that anybody wants to go over? Anything we mentioned, you still have some questions about, not quite sure about? Anything? Okay, all right, so we're gonna move on. So we have Leah in accounting cannot be with us, so Dr. Hawkins Calandra's gonna come up and she's gonna talk with us about the carryover and the FER process. It gets on everybody's nerves. I'm glad I know a little bit more about it now, but she's hopefully going to share a timeline. I was told by accounting for the LEAs that have their funds are late, or to me it's late getting carryover and having their funds available, is because they don't submit their FER and do that process on time. So Calandra's going to share with us that timeline, that if you follow this timeline, hopefully you won't be one of those that's just getting carryover in March, April, or, you know, we want to try to avoid that. And then after that, we have the table talks. Again, there's 6 different options. You can attend 4 out of the 6. At the end, we'll have a share out, and the share out will be us sharing out. So if you're only able to attend 1 or 2, or however many you can attend, if you don't have more than one from your LEA, don't worry about it, because we're going to share out collectively what we heard from the others. Okay, Calandra.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How are you this morning? Oh, well. Okay, I'm trying not to use y'all, but it's what it is. So before I get started with my presentation, because I'm going to be Leah, I want to clarify some information that I provided for you yesterday, because a lot of what I said shouldn't have been said because I didn't prepare. It wasn't on the presentation, but it was necessary. So being that, I want to make sure I provide clear and concise information so you understand better. So the first thing is the direct cert, and those categories that are looked at or identified, so a student could be identified as direct cert. Those categories are SNAP, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program,
for the needy, program, sorry. And then TANF, which is the temporary assistance for needy families. And then we have FDPIR, which I don't know how you would read that. I don't think it's an acronym there, it's just the letters. So, which stands for Food Distribution Program on Indian Reservations. And then we have, of course, foster care and Medicaid made the 5th one. Okay, so those are 5 areas. If a student receives assistance there through the Department of Human Resources, then they are directly certified through PowerSchool. Okay, then I also let's talk about the direct cert, which I refer to as match bag, which is matching and unmatching. This is not the same as what Eric discussed on yesterday, all right? It is in the socioeconomic indicator portal, it's in the AIM portal, a different tile. However, the data that is pulled through DHR is compared to the data that is in PowerSchool, all right? And those data points that must match in 5 of the 6 categories that I am about to provide for you, all right? If those data points match, 5 of the 6 categories match, then students are directly certified if they receive those 5 services. Those data points is the student's first name, the student's last name, social security number, and I'm aware in PowerSchool we're not required to collect social security numbers, so that leads me to believe that the other 5 areas should match. Date of birth, race, and gender. So in the AIM portal, there is a report that is pulled. I'm not sure who in your LEA pulls the report. It could be your technology coordinator, or it could be child nutrition. I'm not sure. But there are 2 reports. There's a report that lists the students who match, the students that match, and then there's a list of your unmatched students. Keep in mind, if it's unmatched, that means those 5 of those 6 categories the data does not match what's in PowerSchool with the Department of Human Resources. And at that point, consult your child nutrition director because they already are aware of all of this. There's a generic letter that you can probably send home. I don't foresee that being your responsibility, maybe child nutrition. And I won't get into greater detail because that's leaving my area. But what's important about that for us is we want to make sure all of our students who are direct served are accounted for. Because if they're not, then that decreases our poverty percentages. Okay? So I just wanted to kind of come full circle on what I discussed yesterday so that when you walk out of here, you have a complete understanding. All right? And the last thing, you remember we talked about supplement, not supplant? And I can only think of 2 out of the 3. Well, the third question to ask is, how are those the services provided, or know that you cannot provide services for one population using one fund source and then use a second fund source for that second population. A prime example of that would be probably Title III. I can just give it to you right off the top of my head because I've seen it. Just say summer school. Summer school is an area that sometimes we want to use Title I-A funds to provide summer school for all students, or maybe we want to use state funds to provide summer school for all students, but then we want to use Title III funds to provide summer school for our EL students. Well, we have to be careful. If we're providing the same summer school using different fund sources, that would be considered supplanting, okay? But what if I provide summer school with my state funds for all students, including my EL students? And in that particular summer school, we're focusing on just math and reading. Then I want to provide an additional summer school for Title III for my EL students using Title III funds. But here in this program, we're focusing on more on language acquisition, we're focusing on more vocabulary, just a different type of service is being provided in that summer school. A service that's not available to other students because they don't need those services.
But if the services should be made available to my EL students and other students, then we should use the same fund source to pay for those services. Is that clear? Okay, now, on to accounting. Okay, so we're going to talk about our FER, and FER stands for the Final Expenditure Report. This is a really important process because if you have questions regarding carryover, when will my carryover be loaded? Why is this LEA's carryover loaded and mine is not available? It's because of the final expenditure report that's submitted to accounting in November. It's due November 1st, all right? So the time frame typically is from November to January is typically when those FERs are submitted. That totally is up to your CSFO. And when they have finalized that report and are ready to submit, okay? The FER closes out the fiscal year in EGAP. It's completed after the general purpose financial statements are approved. So once the financial statements are approved, then the CSFO, can submit the FERs. Why is that important to you? I told you why. Because in order to get what? In order to carry over, not just that the report has to be submitted, it has to be approved. That report can take a month or two to be approved. It's not approved within a day or two, okay? It depends on your CSFO database, which that could be Macular or whatever database is being used. It depends on those expenditures matching. And I would strongly recommend you review a copy of that report because you want those expenditures to align to what's in EGAP. We don't want a monitoring year to come up and realize that what was in Macular or the database for our CSFOs is not what's in EGAP. Because everything, in order for it to be allowable, must be budgeted, right? And we don't want our CSFOs to have to make a change on line items or expenditures for a particular position or something, and you're not aware of it, and that position is not in EGAP. Because what will happen? You have to pay back, right, Jason? Okay, and we don't want that to happen. All right, next slide. Okay, so I just explained pretty much this is how the FERs and carryover go hand in hand. Approval of your fiscal year 24 FER loads carryover into the 25 EGAP. So if your carryover is not loaded in EGAP right now, that's simply because your FER has not been approved. So you want to talk to your CSFO. That is totally out of our hands. Now they may say, hey, it's in LEA accounting. I'm waiting on feedback, or I have to make journal entries, or I have to make modifications or whatever. And sometimes we have to actually go and revise EGAP, even though that fiscal year has closed, because the two they must match, okay? Carryover must be budgeted in the application. Once carryover is loaded, it has to be budgeted in the application, but it can't go where? Once carryover is loaded, it's loaded and posted at the top of the set-asides page, but it cannot be budgeted at the bottom of the set-asides page. Who can tell me why? Carryover money is old money. It's money from the previous fiscal year, right? We cannot mix old money and new money. So you can't adjust the bottom of the set-asides page with your carryover, but you must budget it in the budget narrative. And you also must put a comment in EGAP stating how you budgeted your carryover. Or if you PPA out all of your carryover, that goes at the top of the set-aside page. So the only areas that can be adjusted is the top of the set-aside page. Anything below
that is set aside, district level initiatives cannot be budgeted on the set asides page. Any questions? Okay. Next slide. Release of carryover funds. System-wide budgeted amendments submitted to LEA accounting, of course, by the CSFO. LEA accounting reviews and programmatically approves EGAP applications to match the budget. Edits are then sent to the CSFO if corrections are needed. Now, once the edits are sent to the CSFO, whatever process they use to make the adjustments, sometimes they can make a data entry, sometimes they have to actually update EGAP to match the budget. And then, once the corrections are made, it's sent back to us. Either if corrections are made within the EGAP application, it has to go through the approval process again. If data entries are made, then that's strictly with accounting. They verify that the necessary changes have been made, and then approval of the system-wide budget amendment then releases carryover onto the ES2s and allow for drawdowns. Okay, do any of you in here complete ES2s or drawdowns? You do? That's good. I don't know how to do that. So, anyone else? Because once it gets to ES2s, it's account. I think Jason may be familiar with it. I really don't go into ES2. So I'm saying that to say that's totally fine if you do not complete ES2s, but do know that's located in EGAP, and you probably have access to see it, but you don't really have a need to complete drawdowns. Okay, next slide. All right, so this is just the common edits that occur. Once the FBRs are submitted and the EGAP application can be amended to budget carryover, common edits we see. Set asides do not include carryover and should not include carryover. That is important because that is hard to, I guess it is hard to kind of figure out, but you can always go back to your last approved application to determine what needs to be removed. Another common edit is carryover. Funds amount should be carryover minus district initiatives. So the carryover amount that's going to be PPA to the school should not include the district initiatives amount. And I'm just going to give you a simple example. If I have $1,000 to carry over, okay, at the top of my set asides page, my carryover is $1,000. I'm going to send $500 to the school. And then I'm going to use $500 for my district initiatives. So at the top of the carryover page where it says, I don't know the exact verbiage, but carry over that amount that says carryover on that very last line before the bottom part, that's the amount that you will actually put in there to be PPA'd out, okay? And it says carryover / additional funds to be available for PPA, which is optional. Why is it optional? Because do we have to PPA out our carryover? No. Any of it? No, schools do not earn carryover. So it is optional. You can keep it all and use it within your district initiatives. That's fine. But $1,000 in carryover, we're going to PPA out $500. So on that last line item, you're going to put $500 there. And remember, I went over this in our first session. So go back to the PowerPoint, and there's screenshots on there to show you display what I'm verbalizing. Okay, and then the other $500 that's remaining that I did not include on the set aside page, all I have to do is whatever function code I'm going to budget that $500 in, I will simply label it set asides, district initiative, $500, professional development, and give your narrative. And I just selected that. It could be any function code that's a district initiative, okay? And the last thing I would do is go to my history log,
and state carryover funds are budgeted in the following function codes: 1100, 2190 for professional development, and yada, however you spelled it out. So the specialist can go in and just certify or just see that all of those funds are indeed budgeted on the budget narrative, in the budget narrative, and match the budget narrative to the budget. Okay? Next, that's a mistake that's really missed sometimes. Sometimes we want to loop it all together, and sometimes we don't spell out the difference between what's a carryover district initiative and what is just a district initiative. And you can do either option, but when you add to a district initiative and you just want to add that $500 to another district initiative, it doesn't have to be another section for the activity. It can be within the activity, but you will add additional $500 added from using carryover. Something to let us know that I'm adding $500 of carryover, as opposed to just changing the number to $5 and add $500. Label that change, okay? Because a lot of you will make a revision and add carryover. Is that okay? Yes. But when you make a revision and you're adding carryover and it's not labeled, it's very hard to distinguish between where the carryover is and what we are revising or what we're taking away from one line item and adding to another. So that makes the approval process a lot longer and may require edits. Because nobody's perfect when we're dealing with millions of dollars, and if we miscalculate and nothing's labeled, how are we going to find where the miscalculation is? All right? So just small nuances such as that will help make approving the approval process a lot faster, okay? We go back, I'm not done with that one yet. Another thing is indirect costs may need to be updated. Yes, you can carry over indirect costs. Remember, indirect costs is only taken from those expenditures that have been used, okay? So if your indirect cost is 3 point whatever percent and you only use half of your allocation, then they can only use the indirect cost amount of the percentage of the allocation that has been spent. So a portion of that allocation that's carried over is indirect cost. So you want to make sure you budgeted that. You budget it. How do you know? That's why your FERs must be approved, because everything must be closed out to allow you to know the remaining balance and then what percentage of that balance has been accounted for with indirect costs and the amount that can be carried over for indirect costs. Same with private school. Carry up, and that's private school, you have to still take out that proportionate share amount. And be sure to update your budget narratives. Any questions? Okay. All right, so here are just some useful reports that are in AIM, and just for you to have access to. It's your indirect cost reports and percentages, and then the last report here is for your function codes. Next slide. For function codes, that's just totally FYI, so you are aware what is your indirect cost rate that's been projected, and then ultimately what the rate is for your allocations, and then last here is the your program allocations, and all of those are listed in AIM. And I don't know if you have access to them, and I don't know the how, because this is LEA County. But let me read that. It may be up here. It may be LEA Financial System. Is there a tile that's LEA Finance? LEA County. So it may, double check with your CSFO, because it may be the LEA Accounting. And if you do not have access
to that AIM tile, then you will want to contact whoever in your district that updates EDR is how you receive access to your tiles. Okay? Any questions? Well, this concludes my part of the presentation. Is the FDR report an individual for each funding source? Or as one, I know they all have to be approved. You can't approve one funding source and not the other. For FERs to be complete, all funding sources.
It's one process, but it's in the system, it's done individually, but it's still one process.
If that answers your question. Yeah, they are individual reports, but the entire process must be completed before any carryover is loaded. I know, is it all of our programs or is it CMP? In addition to what is it, college and career ready, and special ed, all of those financials have to be complete, or just our programs?
My understanding is all financials have to be complete, but EGAP is the FDR, and only funding sources in EGAP goes through that.
Well, and special ed is in EGAP. So CTE is in there. So that would be a question, I mean, we are honest, just being transparent, guessing on that. So I will email Leah now and then have an answer for you. But your question may be, how can I help my CSFO expedite this process? My honest answer, I'm gonna give you my honest answer, then my opinion. My honest answer, have a conversation and ask the CSFO, how can you help that process? But what I feel you can do is monthly, compare your budget to what's in Next Gen. Some of you have access to Next Gen to run those reports to compare the budgets. Some of you may have to request those reports. But just ask the CSFO to print a report of all of your fund sources. 4110, 4120, 4130, all of those fund sources that's under you, and you compare those budgets, not just for the allocation amount, but line by line expenditures. They should be allocated or budgeted by the function code, even down to the object code.
Now, I have access, but is there any way we can get some training on Next Gen? Like, I've been here for 6-7 months and no training, and I have access to run reports, but I'm afraid that I'm gonna mess something up.
I would strongly encourage you to attend the conferences with your CSFO, because like I have to present twice a year to new CSFOs, and then I have to present an ASBO. So they have multiple conferences throughout the year.
Like, I go to ASBO, and I went to ASBO in September, but there was nothing.
Probably nothing for macular. It's probably going to occur in a session like this with their new CSFOs.
Okay.
And they have to go through a 3-year cycle in those small groups. I would strongly recommend you attend those with your CSFO if she's new. If she's not new, so you may want to ask her when they are starting, and if you could attend, because that's when they go through the fine details of that particular role, and that would be your opportunity to learn more. ASBO is more like our NAFIPA, so the type of information you get would be grander than what you would want in a small setting as a new person. And I've gone, because I have to present with the new directors, I learned so much in there that I wouldn't have access to in my role. So that is really how I learn information when it comes to the CSFO and their responsibilities and reports and things of that nature. So that would be a great tool or resource.
You're using a word, ASO, I'm sure it's
It's an acronym for what? The association, what is it? Association for School Financial Officers or something. School business officials. It's their association.
Yeah, and I'm a part of that, but there's nothing, like you said, that triggers down and goes how you run this report or how you go in and set up your next gen account to be able to look at everything, because when I go and ask questions, they don't get it.
Okay, well, every LEA, just like you have specialists here, there are specialists at the department for every LEA in accounting.
Yeah.
And they can provide support, and they can also give you dates of when those small group trainings are.
I'll reach out to her, because I do have her contact information.
Actually, we have one coming up that I have to leave DC to, what date is that, Dr. Killingsworth?
It's on, oh, the one that you're leaving in March for?
Uh-huh. It's in March, so.
16, 17, 18.
Yeah, so it's that Wednesday, Thursday, I believe, or it's Tuesday, Wednesday, because I have to fly back to present that Wednesday.
But they're having something in February, what's that date, on the?
Yeah, they have monthly meetings.
Yeah, in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
So that's a great resource if you need more information on the financial side. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we have different tables set up. This is technical assistance. Let me get back to my notes. All right, so equitable services will be Amanda, and I believe it is right here. And we have parent family engagement with Dr. Hawkins. Policies and procedures with Eric, unconference session with Dr. Killingsworth, compliance monitoring with Jason, and technical assistance with Brittany. So what we're going to do is just 20-minute sessions. I'll start the timer when everybody gets situated. You can choose 4 and just go with questions. You may move. What changes need to be made?
Policies and procedures.
What do you mean about policies and procedures? I'm curious, because that's a big thing that we deal with on our level as well.
Eric talked about some requirements that are supposed to be in there, and we're about to go through compliance monitoring. I've noticed there's several things that need to be adjusted and added.
Are there any other questions or something that's unclear from a conversation that you might have had during this time? Okay, well, if not, you know where to find us.
Okay, so equitable services, there's a lot of different questions. I'm trying to think of how do I show that out. We had some people that just needed kind of an overview of the program and how it works. There's a lot of questions about how to get sites or how to get private schools to spend their money, spend their funds. And my advice to that was just keep in mind that it is actually technically your program, and not necessarily, technically you're supposed to work with that private school to develop a plan and develop a intervention program at that school, but when it comes down to it, it's your program. You're the one who's fiscally responsible for those funds and for making purchases and things like that. And so you're very much encouraged to work with private schools to create a joint plan and to spend those funds together and collaboratively. But if they just won't do what they're supposed to do, then you may have to just step in and say, hey, based off of what you said your needs are, these are the things that we feel like would be most helpful to you, and just step in and purchase those items or purchase that software. Whatever the case may be. So that was a situation that a lot of people asked about. I'm trying to think of anything else. I think that's mainly it. It was mentioned that there is a There is if you're unsure about the documents that you have to fill out, the compliance monitoring checklist or the implementation plan form, there is a lengthy video in the ALSDE resources where I walk through very, very slowly and very deliberately that entire form. And you know, it goes really into great detail about those forms and how they should be filled out. So highly recommend you watch those if you have questions about them. All right. I don't know who was next. Who? Okay, Ranger.
We did come up with, I feel, a great list of resources that you all could use from parent and family engagement nights or for parent and family engagement overall. So as opposed to just standing here ranting them off, I do think it would be beneficial if we type those up. Melissa's going to type those up for us, and we're going to send them out to you via email. Now, those of you who are watching the recording can locate the document using eGap. So once we send it out, if still you maybe don't get it the next day or so, it will be uploaded in eGap. And I do think that you would benefit from the list of resources or just ideas that was provided overall, because you all had some wonderful ideas that I think should be shared. Next we have.
Okay, in the unconference session, we talked about a couple of different things. We talked about school improvement funds, we addressed working with the CSFOs. In some districts it's easy peasy, other districts a little challenging. So we're gonna put something in place at spring conference, and I'll mention that after lunch when we wrap up exactly what that's gonna look like, hopefully on the first day. And we also addressed a couple other things with procedures, time and effort reports, and how you guys are doing that, what issues that you're having. But basically, some takeaways I've gotten are a couple of things we need to do to make sure we're providing adequate support to make sure you have what you need moving forward. Who's next? Britt? Tani? Jason?
Thank you. For compliance monitoring, we talked about several different topics. One was already shared about not being in isolation, create a team. You can't be a one-person boat or it'll probably sink, and having that team support you. Prepare in advance, review the components, make sure that you do mock type of monitoring so that you're prepared for the monitoring. Somebody asked about digitizing documents. It is allowable to do things electronically. Just make sure you have digital security, that you're not the only person that has access to the documents, because if you're out or you're no longer there, no one else has access to those documents. We talked about risk assessments and how risk was determined, that there are components, it is all numerical, and how that worked. We talked about inventory and making sure even if you have an inventory system, that can produce the correct components required by the federal governments. And then we lastly, one of the things we talked about was available documents, that there are technical assistance checklists in eGap, and we highly recommend using that as a guide.
The last one? No? Oh, we discussed making great documents for our principals along with the actual specialists. They said they would like to take something to the actual schools. We also discussed the CSFO and working with them. Talked about inventory. I did touch upon some compliance monitoring topics. And I have like a whole laundry list. I made some great friends, sent like 4 emails. So we had a very productive session, Dr. Gillsworth. That's great.
So for policies and procedures, some of the things we talked about were, suggestions on where to find some resources to kind of guide you to help build a foundation. We were talking about the ALSDE resources. Within there, we've got the compliance monitoring document that has certain checkpoints for what their team is looking for as far as policies and procedures. We also shared out some slides that were presented by the Brewman Group that shared some required policies and procedures as well. Jason informed me after the fact that, in the first group that I met with, I didn't share that information with you, but if you were to do a Google search of Brewman policies, procedures, it should be, you should be able to pull up the slides from that presentation, and they talk about, excuse me, some of the required components, as well as some suggested components. But basically, it was, some of the advice that I gave, from me personally, is just kind of lean on your neighboring districts, other districts that are comparable in nature to your district. That's the best resource because you guys can collaborate together and see what works for them, what doesn't work. You might end up helping each other in the long run. And then also relying heavily on those region meetings as well. If you're not linked up with your individual region, it's essential that you are in tune with them as well, because you may hear something that you may not have thought of. So, yeah, I think that's it for me.
All right, so I'm going to be talking with you about braiding funds for summer learning. I'm also going to give you some examples of just other ways you can braid funds. And I'm going to be quick because I know you're hungry, and of course I'm at that position keeping you from eating and then going home or going back to your offices or whatever it is that you have to go to. So just to give you just a brief rundown of what blending is versus braiding. So blending is where you merge funds into basically one account to support a program or a project. And when you do that, each individual award loses its identity, and that does require statutory authority. So we don't really do that very often. We more encourage you to do the braiding of funds, which is where you can take funds from multiple sources, use them for a common goal, but they still maintain their individuality of the award that the funds came from, including the scope of allowable activities and accounting, and it doesn't require statutory authority. So it's much easier to braid funds than it is necessarily to blend them in a lot of cases. So this is Dr. Killingsworth's picture. She loves this one. This has got cake. So when you blend funds, you basically create something totally new. You can't separate those pieces back out. You're creating a new thing. So it'd be like baking a cake, taking your flour and your eggs and making a cake. You can't get those eggs back out of the cake once the cake's been made. Braiding funds is more like creating a salad. So you're taking all of the pieces of all those different funding sources and putting them together, but you could separate them back out. They still maintain their identity. The tomato that's in the salad is still a tomato. You can pull it back out of the salad, it's still going to be a tomato. Okay, so that's kind of a pictorial review of blending versus braiding. All right, so why would you want to do that? You can coordinate your grant spending to support activities that improve outcomes for all students. It's program specific as to whether you should blend or braid funds, and you would need to look at your consolidated plan and use that as a tool to connect your federal funding sources. You can braid or blend unrestricted state and local funds. Some restricted state funds could be braided. Blending, we had that it depends. I think I was supposed to take that out, sorry. Anyway, I took it out of one, but it may have been not even the right one, sorry. The blending, because we couldn't think of an example where you would blend restricted state funds. So ignore that part. And then for federal funds, you can braid or blend ESEA titles 1, 2, or you can braid ESEA titles 1, 2, 3, and 4, and of course your IDEA funds. All right, I'm trying to get to the good stuff. You need to consider considerations that you need to make, or is this an ongoing versus a one-time expense? You need to think about supplement, not supplant. So you would need to demonstrate the equitable resource allocation practices. You want to make sure that you're not replacing state funds or local funds with federal funds, okay? And do keep in mind that we no longer audit purchases for supplement, not supplant, but you do have to still keep up with your time accounting. And then you also need to consider maintenance of effort. You cannot reduce the amount of state and local funds that you're using by supplying, supplanting that with your federal funds. All right, so you need to create a plan, decide what the needs of your district are based on your ASIPs, identify the costs and the components of the activities that you want to do. Then you want to look at your resource or cost allocation, identify what grants you could actually use to pay for those resources, determine if those costs are necessary or reasonable, and then verify the consistency with the school district improvement plan. So whatever you decide to do with these funds, it does need to be consistent with both your school's plans and your district's plans. All right, and so you want to change your mindset. Instead of looking at how much funding you have and then coming up with a program to spend that funding, and then it trickle down to the students may or may not benefit from that, you really need to be thinking about, okay, what do our students need? What programs can I use to pay and supply the whatever materials or programs to meet the needs of those students? And then what funding is going to be able to go to that plan, those activities that need to be purchased. So that's kind of what you need to be thinking about. All right. So here's some examples, and this is not necessarily talking about, these first few are not necessarily talking about just after school programs or summer programs. It could be anything in your school. So let's say that or your district, so let's say your district decides that they are doing, and social emotional learning is going to be a focus for the district this year. And so they are going to braid funds. They're going to braid local funds with Title I, CSI, Title IV, and Title IV-B, Title IV-A, and Title IV-B, your 21st century funds. And so, for example, they could hire a district-wide counselor using their local funds. They could use Title I funds to do PBIS, restorative practice training, or hire more counselors. They could use their CSI funds to do a mentoring program or to purchase the bar program. They could use their Title IV-A funds to hire social emotional learning specialists to assist suicide prevention training. And then they could use their 21st century funds to do after school or summer programs that have embedded social emotional activities or contract, some sort of counseling services that could occur during those programs. And so you just think about, what is our goal as a district? What activities could we do, and what funds could we bring in to meet those activities and meet those goals? Okay, so that's one example.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you go back before you go?
Yeah.
So you have all the examples with the different funding sources. Why not blend them so we'll have them all together and we can just pay for whichever?
Because that would be, statutory. You would have to get. You can't just blend them together, because they would lose. Those funds would lose their rules and requirements that go with those funds. You still have to meet the rules and requirements for each different funding source. And so by keeping them separate, you make sure that you are able to do that.
And if you blend, that means you may be paying for something with CSI funds that don't qualify for CSI.
Right.
Or you may be paying for something with Title I that doesn't qualify for that.
Thank you. She tried to get me to say that, but I didn't know what she was going to say. Sorry. Okay. So here's another example. Let's say that your focus of your district is going to be reversing declines in math proficiency. Okay? So math is your focus. So you're going to use your local instructional material funds to purchase high quality textbooks. You're going to use your Title I funds to purchase items needed for personalized math intervention. You use your Title II funds to do professional learning on numeracy or best practices. You could use your 21st century funds to do an after-school program that has tiered math activities based on proficiency. You could also do a summer program. You could pay for logistics of a summer program. You could pay for the transportation, administration, math activities, STEM activities. You could use your AMSAT funds, which is those required math, the OMI funds, to hire highly effective math teachers for tiered instruction in grades K through 5. And that could be for your summer program, after-school program, or during your school day. So this is just another example of ways you have a goal and you're going to combine many different funding sources to meet that goal. All right, one more. You want to have a robust elementary summer program, okay? So, and when I say robust, I mean you are meeting the needs of the kids who both need help in math and English, but you're also providing fun activities for kids during the summer and giving them a safe place to be, where they are getting both remediation, they're getting some learning, they're doing some fun activities, but they're also, doing enrichment. They're getting to do things they normally don't get to do during the school year, or maybe their parents can't afford for them to do, can't afford for them to go and take these certain classes or whatever. So you're providing a robust program. So let's say you're going to use your Title I funds to hire high-quality science teachers to provide STEM instruction, or you're going to use it to do some sort of mentoring program, or to hire counselors. You could use your AMSAP funds, those math funds, to hire highly effective math teachers and to purchase the materials for the tiered instruction for K through 5. You could use your Literacy Act funds to hire highly effective literacy teachers and materials for the tiered instruction for K through 3. And then you could use your 21st Century Program funds to pay for the logistics, to pay for things like transportation, the administrators, your teacher's aides, the materials for just your regular math, your regular literacy, your STEM activities, any of your enrichment activities, the fun things you're going to do, to pay for field trips and that sort of thing, okay? And then you could use your CMP, which is not really funds, but you could get involved with your CMP program to come in and provide breakfast and lunches for the students. So again, your goal is to provide a robust summer program that kids want to come to. You're meeting all of the needs, you're meeting the requirements from the state as far as your AMSAP funds and your literacy funds. You're meeting the needs of those students, but you're also giving those students a good reason to want to come, because you're also using 21st Century funds, or I think there's another grant program, I can't think of what it's called, through the Office of Extended Learning. You could use those funds maybe to provide more of the logistics, more of the fun activities and that sort of thing, the field trips, that sort of thing. All right, so what could this possibly look like? Oh, I got one more. I'm sorry. Let's look at a high school example of a robust summer program for a middle or a high school. You could use your Title I funds to purchase your high-quality core subject teachers to provide instruction or remediation or mentoring or counseling. Okay, you could use your local funds to provide those graduation requirement courses. So you could provide, this could include your summer school classes. You can't use like 21st Century to pay for a required course, but you can for electives. Okay, so you can use your local funds to provide the teachers and materials needed to do those graduation requirement courses. You could use your CTE and Perkins funds to do some sort of local workforce or career-ready skills classes during your summer program. You could use your 21st Century funds, again, to pay for those logistics, your transportation or administration, your teacher's aides, your materials for either your core subjects or your enrichment activities and field trips, but you can also use them to pay for elective courses that are not graduation, so the kids can get credit for the courses electives. It cannot be a class that's required for graduation, but you can offer a elective class for them to at least get, to get that credit. And then again, you can bring in CMP to provide breakfast and lunches for those kids. Yes?
The proof that you're doing it right are separate POs and timesheets?
Yes, you would need to keep your expenses separate. You would need to definitely have timesheets for the different people based on who's allowed to pay for what. So again, if you're talking about like your Literacy Act teachers, you would need to make sure that you're keeping timesheets for those Literacy Act teachers and you're paying them out of those Literacy Act funds. Technically, you could pay for literacy instruction with 21st Century funds, but because the Literacy Act is a mandated, required program for you to do, that specific teacher, that highly qualified specific teacher that's teaching that curriculum, you couldn't use 21st Century to pay them. But you could use the 21st century or whatever, whatever other funding source to pay for the other parts of that summer program that make it robust, right? And just focus those funds just on that highly qualified teacher or just on those materials that meet those requirements. Same for your math. All right. So here's an example of a schedule, this is a summer schedule. It was actually sent to me, it was sent to me by one of our 21st century schools that did this last year, and I just kind of tweaked it a little bit, but I hope you can see this. So just look at an example. This is a kindergarten through 5th grade program, and if you notice, you've got each grade level is on the columns, and you've got your 21st century funds or your math or your reading funds. 21st century on the left, math and reading on the right, okay? For each grade level, and then you've got your time slots. So this is just the first half of the day. You can't really see the colors very well, I'm sorry. It looks better on a computer, but if it's blue, it's math and literacy for all students. The yellow is enrichment activities for all students. The pink, which is kind of here, it's barely, you can tell it's pink, but anyway, that's the tiered math or literacy instruction that's funded by the reading or math initiatives. And if it's green, it's enrichment activities for students that are not participating in that tiered instruction. So let's just look at kindergarten, okay? They all come in, actually all the grades come in and have breakfast in the morning that's provided by CNP, okay? There's your CNP funds. Then you have ELA whole group activity. All of the kids participate in this activity. You're doing some sort of literacy activity that all of the kids participate, whether they're doing the tiered instruction or not, okay? Then you break apart and you have your ELA small groups or centers, and they're doing the tier 2 I-ready activity. So that's your kids that are required to come based on the Literacy Act. They go to one place, and the rest of the 21st century kids go to some sort of enrichment activity, okay? And they're in there for, it looks like an hour. They split apart. Some kids go to enrichment, some kids go to the tiered activity. Then they come back together, and one day a week, they all participate in a reader's theater. They're gonna do a play at the end of the summer, and they practice they call it a reader's theater, but it's basically they're practicing for a play. They all do that one day a week, and then on the other days of the week, for 30 minutes, they do a health and fitness activity. All the kids do, and for the next 30 minutes, they do some sort of ELA whole group read aloud. So they do a reading activity for all the kids. All right? So this is the first half of the day. Let's look, you can look at any of the different grade levels. Let's look at 4th grade. 4th grade, they come in, have breakfast. All the kids participate in a math or art-focused activity. Music or art math-focused activity. So they're going to do music or art, but it's going to have some kind of math aspect to it in this program. Okay, you wouldn't have to do that, but that's what this school does. Then they all do some sort of math whole group activity. So they're doing some sort of math enrichment that everybody participates in, whether they need the tiered instruction or not. Everybody's going to do something math. Then they split apart. Again, they have some of the kids, the 21st century kids that don't have to do the tiered instruction, they go and do an enrichment activity. And then the other kids go to a math small group centers, the ones that they're there because OMI says they have to be there. Okay, that's where those kids go. Then they all come back together. They do a whole group book study of some sort. They do something with ELA. And so that's the first half. So now let's look at the second half of the day. All right, going back to kindergarten. They have lunch. They go from 10:30 to 11:50. They have lunch using CNP. CNP provides lunch. Then they all come back together and they do some sort of nutrition activity that's vocabulary focused. All right. Then they have the kindergartners participate in some sort of music or art activity that's vocabulary focused. Then they do STEM or robotics. On Monday they do robotics, but the other days of the week they do some sort of STEM activity. All the kids participate in this. Then all the kids participate in a math by the book program. I don't even know what that is, but that's what this school system does. Okay, it's some sort of program they do. Then again in the afternoon, they split apart again. The regular 21st century kids go to some sort of enrichment activity, while the ones that need that tiered instruction go back to an ELA or small group center and do their tier 2 iReady activity. And then they all come back together at the end of the day, do some sort of character ed activity that's ELA based, and then they end their day. Okay? If we go back and look at 4th grade, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth. Okay, 4th grade, they do. So while they do their lunch at a different time, while the kindergartners are at lunch, they're doing a nutrition or vocabulary focused activity. Then they go to lunch. Then they do a STEM or a robotics activity. They do robotics on Mondays, but they do STEM the rest of the week. All the kids participate. All the kids participate in the Math by the Book program. Then all the kids participate in health and fitness, and it looks like they combined 4th and 5th grade for their health and fitness activity together. Then again, they split apart. The 21st century kids that don't need tiered instruction go and do an enrichment. The kids who do need the math tiered instruction go and do the math tiered instruction. And then again, at the end of the day, they do some sort of character ed activity before it's time to go home. All right. So this is just an example of what it could look like. It could look like a million other different things, but do you see how this works? Does anybody have any questions about how this could work, or does this kind of help you see how you could braid those funds? Now this particular school system, they put in that almost all their activities were either ELA focused or math focused. You don't have to necessarily do that. You can have those enrichment classes. You could do a ballet class or a karate class, or you could bring in some fun activities, and I highly recommend you do that. We want these programs to be things that kids want to go to. The same thing with your after school program. I was asked earlier, well, how do we get kids to want to come to our after school program? Like, how do we get more kids to want to come? And my suggestion was, you need to talk to your kids, talk to their teachers, and see what it is those kids want to do in the afternoons. And yes, you're going to have those math activities and literacy activities, that's important, but you also need to make sure there's something fun that they want to do. Because if the kids are struggling in school and they are being required to stay after school, or we're required to offer those after school tutoring classes, that's probably, a lot of those kids probably don't like school in the first place. Why would they want to come and just get more of what they already don't like, right? You need to give them some fun things to do too, so they want to come. So an example I gave is I don't know if it's still popular, but I know a few years ago with my daughter, anime was huge. You could offer an anime class, so they're learning how to draw anime in the afternoon, and they get to read their comic books and all that kind of stuff. We have one system that has a really great ballet program. It's in an area that the parents really can't afford to send their kids to ballet classes. And so they have a professional ballet company that comes in and works with those kids, and they do ballet, and they do a big recital at the end of the year. And so that the kids want to come because they get a free ballet class and also they're also getting the learning as well. They're getting the math, they're getting the literacy activities involved in that, but they're also getting to do something fun. So think of outside the box. That's what's great about 21st century is you can do so many things with it, and you can really entice the kids to want to come to it with those programs. It is about making sure that the kids do better in school. It is about enrichment and that sort of thing, but it's about enriching their lives. It's about giving them things that they typically wouldn't get, if they just went straight home from school and sat there and watched TV all afternoon. All right? So if you have any questions, then please feel free to ask.
Just a few things I want to follow up with. We are well ahead of time. It's just 11:30. Our 4th grade reading went from 49th place to 34th place. And also, our math increase was the highest in the nation. And so that speaks to our state moving forward in COVID, despite COVID, which is great. So we gotta keep going with less funding. Okay. Yeah. A couple of other things, non-regulatory guidance. So over the past probably month, I'm going to say, we've received a lot of non-regulatory guidance. We thought about it when somebody mentioned something in our session today. So if you don't have it, make sure you get the recent guidance that has come out for Title II. They received recent guidance, NRD, foster care, school improvement, and then if you're responsible for the report card, the federal report card, recent guidance came out regarding that. Is there anybody who has no idea what I'm talking about? No idea, okay. So if you have no idea, either after we finish, I can send them to you, email, I had them pulled up on my email, or contact your specialist and say, please send me, I need the recent guidance that has come out. There are like 3 different emails and they're chunked, all of them are in there together. But just make sure you have those. And then also, other thing I wanted to mention that I feel the need to say it, we often have vendors to come in and to sponsor lunches. Y'all know during Mega Conference, we have vendor sponsor gift cards that we give out. What else, Amanda? Just random whatever stuff is, and then whatever fun stuff we do. Like we did karaoke one year, we're doing Family Feud, I think, if Amanda gets Family Feud, whatever we do. So we have people to sponsor different things. Please know that, the fact that we're doing that, it doesn't mean that we are getting a contract with or doing anything with vendors like that. Any vendors that I have a conversation with, they're vendors that they understand how the state works. They understand that just because you come and we have a conversation and you help us, that doesn't mean necessarily we're sending business your way. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. We probably should have said it, and I think it was August, whenever we met before, but just make sure you guys know that. And if you notice, like Dr. Davis, Mr. Roller, they've been at the department before, they understand how things work. Some other vendors may not, I thought you were gone. Jason, didn't I ask you to walk around? Okay, so anyway, I felt the need to say that. Can you pull up the next slide, please? And so these are just dates to remember. Going the wrong way.
Yeah, you're going the right way.
Oh, you're going the right way.
Remember we had to do mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, so these are dates to remember. If you're signed up to go to ESEA, it's a pretty good conference. It used to be called the Title I, formerly the Title I Conference. It's a lot of LEAs go there, not so much state folks. We go every year because we want to see, and those of you that were talking earlier, or was it yesterday or today, I don't remember, about innovation. We don't see a whole lot of innovation in Alabama. This is where you might see different practices that other states are doing. If you have some of your schools that want to go, consider sending some of your schools, especially some of the CSI schools, ATSI schools, especially you guys that have all those funds remaining that we talked about earlier. This is a good use of those funds if you're interested in doing it. Spring conference, I thought it was April 22nd through 24th.
I think it is.
Okay. Well, that's for the room block is why we have the dates up there. Okay.
Right, and then Montgomery is supposed to be under spring conference, but we added ASIP and it messed it all up, so sorry.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. So let me talk to that. So spring conference, let me tell you what we're going to do for spring conference. It's the 22nd through the 24th. The 21st is on there in case you're going to come the night before and stay overnight to be there. The morning of the 22nd, we're going to have a session that's on school improvement. So it's intended for anyone that has CSI schools. If you have ATSI, TSI, you might want to come as well, but it is for individuals with CSI schools. We're going to have accountability, federal programs, and Office of School Improvement together. And so accountability will kick it off, and they'll talk through, we probably should have been doing this all along, but we haven't done it until somebody, one of you guys probably mentioned it to us before. But accountability will kick it off with basically, these are the accountability indicators, this is how you got on the list, this is how long you're gonna be on the list, this is how you get off the list. Because in some instances, the way you got on isn't exactly the same as the way you get off. And so they're gonna go through that, and the federal programs will talk through, these are the funds that you get, this is the timeline for spending the funds, these things must be in place in order to get the funds. And then school improvement will follow up with, these are the supports that school improvement offers. This is what you get, whether you want it or not. If you're CSI, we're showing up, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do that. If you're not CSI, you're TSI, ATSI, you have to request certain things. So we're gonna talk through that entire process for our, what we call our support schools. That's gonna be on the first day of the conference, the morning pre-conference session, the morning of the 22nd. And then the afternoon of the 22nd, we're gonna try to, Amanda, go ahead and have what we talked about yesterday with the CSFOs and federal programs folks, have that afternoon, so if there are any CSFOs that wanna come and just stay that one day, they can get everything in that one day. And then the remainder of the days would be the regular conference. And then, thank you. Okay, and then next, ASIP training. So you guys know we had the beginning of the year ASIP training, then the mid-year, we went over the mid-year reviews. What we realized through feedback we received that those, the sessions were still a little larger than the participants wanted. So instead of having 2 different sessions, this time for the end of the year, we're gonna have 3 sessions. May the 5th, 6th, and 7th, please mark your calendars. So those sessions will, this is what they will look like. You will go over what the end of the year process should look like. So how do you look at your ASIP and determine if what you had in place, if it worked, if it didn't work, what you're going to retain, what you're going to kick away, what you need to modify, and then it will set you up for the new school year. So we have Calhoun County volunteer for us to go there May 6th. We're looking for a location for May 5th and May 7th. If anybody in here wants to volunteer a location and wants to host us, we're self-sufficient. We bring everything. You don't have to do anything, just a space. Just have a space for us. But let us know if anybody wants to host something in that area. Calandra, anything else about the ASIP that I need to mention, you think? And then Mega, July 14th through the 18th, Mega Conference in Mobile. I don't know what to say about Mega. Tuesday will be the all-day session. We mentioned before about on the day of the all-day session, that morning will be what you're used to, any updates, overview, where we are, what we need, and then the afternoon will be getting in the groups and hopefully getting some applications approved, getting questions answered, providing targeted assistance, whatever it is you guys need. I'm thinking that if Tiffany Kessler comes, that it will probably be spring conference and not Mega. Is that what we decided? Admins, did we talk about that? Well, I'm thinking that's what makes sense to me, but we can talk about it later and figure that out. But what else? Anything else with Mega? Oh, the pre-conference session. So there's anybody knows about the new safety law, the new rules and stuff about safety, school safety? Oh yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, well good, one person. Okay, I know nothing about it, I'm not even 1%, I've seen it, but the pre-conference session at Mega is gonna be all around that. Dr. Whaley, Johnny Whaley, who's new to the department, I can't remember where he came from, somewhere in North Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, but he is working on getting people to come in, and I think he's gonna present as well. The same way we did the, I don't even remember what we did last year for pre-conference session, but whatever we did last year, prior to the opening session is always 1 o'clock on that Monday, so the pre-conference will be either 8 or 9 o'clock that morning. So it is for school and district administrators. So whoever needs to hear it, we'll have a flyer. Kelly, are you working on that flyer? Somebody's working on it.
I think Charles did that.
There we go, okay. So yeah, so we'll have a flyer out to let everybody know, but just look for that, just know that that's coming.
You could talk about the early bird sessions that like we did last year.
Oh, thank you. Other thing, with Mega, last year we did early bird sessions. I can't remember what all we did, but one of the ones that was really, really helpful that everybody loved and they put in writing and yada, 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 so we had to do it again, and it's the one around funding. And Kelly actually did that, so it's gonna be, what's the title? Don't know yet.
Last year it was the fiscal cliff. So
Yeah, last year was a fiscal
rating
cliff,
limited
but
funds.
something dealing with funding, and it will encompass federal funds, special ed, who else is coming to the table? Instructional services. I don't know.
Really, ARI.
Yeah, so state and federal funds. We'll talk about any grants that are out there. Did Keisha Hooks do the grants at that time? Okay, I don't know. But anyway, so that's coming from Mega too. I think that's it. Anything else?
It's still gonna be that early in the morning. It was a good session, but it was really early.
It was early, yeah. So the reason why, are you the one that put that on the survey? There was one person that okay, the reason why it's so early, well, it's an early bird session. So we started that was her. Oh my God. I remember what you wrote. But anyway, so when we moved the times back for the sessions to not start until 9 o'clock, there were several people that said, well, I get up early, and are you gonna have some yoga or some this or some that? Like, no, but we had to have something, so we have early bird sessions. So,
Do a night owl session?
say it again.
Do a night owl
Night
session.
owl session. Amanda, do that one.
I was gonna say, it's easier to do it that way too, because you've got so many people from so many different sections that come to that session.
Very true.
You can't, it's hard to do that during the day because they're doing their own sessions. and
Yeah.
classes, so.
Correct. And see, she'll be there, thank you. So now that you've agreed, don't put that in writing on that survey. And then the other thing we're having again is the ALSDE leadership. People seem to really like that, and so we'll have that again on Wednesday. That'll be Wednesday, early bird for ALSDE leadership, executive leadership. Okay, I think that's everything. That's not everything?
You're announcing about what you're gonna do with people that don't.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. It's not what you're going to do, it's what the feds were encouraging us to do. Okay, so, so before the pause and all of that happened, probably maybe a month or so ago, I can't remember how long ago it's been, we have support calls, the same way we have office hours with you guys and we say, how can we help you and all that, they do, or they did, I'm assuming they will continue with us as well. And so one of the issues we always talk about are the funds. We have so many funds that haven't been spent, yada, yada, yada. And what was recommended is that we seriously take a look at doing with they were talking about school improvement, but at the end of the day, they're looking at all our funding sources. Do what they do with the Perkins funds. And if you know what they do with Perkins funds, send everything out. If you don't spend your money, it comes back. And then it gets reallocated with the same funding that it initially went out. So say she's a small school. She got $300,000. She spent all her money. You have $900,000. You only spent $100,000. Your $800,000 is coming back. Now she's going to get part of your $800,000. You're going to get some, but you're not going to get $900,000. Now you may get $200,000 because you didn't spend it the first time. Does that make sense? And so, well, for those who spend their money and do what they're supposed to do, it's great because it's kind of like you get rewarded. But for those who don't, you may think, well, that's not fair. It was my money. It should be mine. And it is yours to spend when you're supposed to. You guys, I can't say it enough. We are a poor state. There's no reason why we should be sending anything back to the federal government. If any LEA knows ahead of time they're not going to spend all their funds, you can let us know and we can pull it back and do something else with it. We just can't do that without letting you know, without having something in place. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying we're doing that now, but just know that it's coming. Unless the new administration says something differently and wants us to go in a different direction, and it sounds like they're going to give more power to the state, so it sounds like at some point we're going to go in that direction. Admins, staff, anything? Anything at all? Eric, anything? Okay. Any final words? You look like you have final words. All right, thank you guys. You guys, please be careful, be safe. Have a good one.